I want to thank the members of the JROTC from Mervo, Lieutenant Commander Kyle Parham, Lieutenant Junior Grade Promise Cannon, Lieutenant Junior Grade Laquan Jefferson, Lieutenant Junior Grade Aluwafueme, and Lieutenant Shane Ware. And we'd also like to thank our terrific student performers from Abbaston Elementary School under the direction of Ariel Wershing. Desiree, when I say your name, if you want to just wave your hand a little bit. Desiree Allen, Darren Hart, Kimora Jackson, Caron Murdoch, Rondé Murphy, Jude Sen, Damar Weston, Kalia Hearn, Michaela Horton, Janiyah McDaniel, Alika Moore, Sherilyn Pace, Kimon Rice, Kimon Rice, got it, my bad, Kimon Rice, Maya Smith, Mackenzie Williams. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope not. I went through this with her. I'd like to ask Commissioner Chinia to lead us into a moment of silence.
This evening, we would like to take time to recognize the passing of one of our former city school employees. Ms. Delphine Mabel Lee passed away on December 13, 2018. Ms. Lee was a retired teacher and administrator of city schools. She worked many years in our high schools, and she served as principal at one time at Dunbar and at Edmondson West Side High School. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
I'd like to have a motion to approve the prior open session meeting minutes. Moved by Commissioner Berkeley, second. Second by Commissioner Richardson. All in favor? Commissioners Lynn, McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, and Richardson. Motion passes 10-0. I'd like to have a motion to approve the prior closed session summaries. Motion by Commissioner Berkeley, second. Commissioner Richardson, all in favor. Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. We've had a couple of committees meet since our last meeting in December. Michelle, any comments from the Operations Committee?
Not this time, around next week.
Okay, well, next time we'll have a more complete report. Anything from the Policy Committee? Commissioner McFadden?
The Policy Committee met and discussed Policy DJA, and that deals with procurement. And our Director of Materials Management, Mr. Jeff Parker, presented to us. And the major takeaways from that particular policy update is for the board to comply with federal laws and regulations, including without limitation, the Education Department's general administrative regulations governing the use of federal funding and state funding for procurement with our school system. That was that. And then we also discussed Policy FFA, naming and renaming a school, program, or facility. So those are the major takeaways from our committee meeting.
Thank you. There'll be a more complete report at the second meeting in January because all the committees will have met in the intervening period. The only thing I want to say for the board chair comments is just to wish everybody a happy new year. We're ready to go and prepared for what is going to likely be a busy second half of the year, starting with tonight. But before we get into the content of tonight's meeting, I just want to thank everybody, parents, students, principals, teachers, charter operators, general public, board, staff, for the high level of participation in this year's portfolio review process. Board doesn't take our role lightly in this, and we've been paying attention to everything, but it would not be possible to have such a rich debate and dialogue without everybody's passionate participation. And I personally, and I know from the board, thank everybody very much for all their involvement. Our first item of business is to vote on the PEP agenda and the appeals and hearings cases. Motion to approve items 4.01 PEP agenda and the three cases 4.02, 4.03, 4.04. Moved by Commissioner Berkeley. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Richardson. All in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan Bondima, Chinia Kashani Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the CEO for her comments.
Thank you, Board Chair Kashani. I would like to invite Chief Grant Skinner up for tonight's PEP agenda.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Dr. Santelice. So we have one appointment this evening, and it is that Christopher Wan, who is currently Interim Director of Research Services, is appointed Director of Research Services effective January 9th.
Great. Congratulations and thank you. A primary focus area for our blueprint is leadership. And tonight, I am very pleased to recognize a significant achievement in educational leadership by Dr. Ekaterina Densinova. And it's funny because I have known her long enough that I should have that roll off my tongue, and for some reason it didn't. I just know her as Katya. A national board certified teacher and the Next Generation Science Standards lead at Carver Vocational Technical High School. In November, Dr. Denisova received the 2018 Science Education Leadership Award from the Maryland Association of Science Teachers. This prestigious award recognizes excellence in science teaching, administration and outreach, and honors those who have made outstanding contributions to science education in the state of Maryland. All of us at city schools are well aware of Dr. Denisova's dedication to excellence and her leadership in providing our students with quality instruction in science and STEM. But it's always exciting when that leadership is recognized statewide. It now gives me great pleasure to invite her to come forward and be recognized for her leadership and educational excellence. Yes, and why don't you come to the table and have, you could just sit right there. You just sit right there. Mm-hmm. And what I'll do is if you have any opening words or brief comments, and then sometimes the board members also have questions. So if you press the button on that microphone until it turns green and bring it a little closer to you, you can press the button. You are all set to go.
You don't have to hold it. You're good.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you very much for the recognition. You know that the award was given to me for my work on Sabes, which took me 6 years to develop and implement. And it's interesting that I now find myself in a classroom teaching students again, and I'm recognized for the leadership work, which means that there's students in all of us, and without the focus on the students, none of the leadership work in education could be possible. So I thank you all.
Very good. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Andy?
Congratulations. Could you just talk about how the Sabes distinguished itself from other curriculum? What about Sabes connected for you and your students?
So I think the big distinction between Sabes and all other pieces of curriculum work known to me is that it focuses on inquiry and it focuses on what students bring to the table. Because a big assumption that sometimes educators make is that students don't know, and we are here to tell them, and we're here to show them and explain, which we find is not true, especially at K-5 level. Kids are so curious about the natural world that sometimes it's actually a challenge for us to recognize what they know, and our job becomes to make it more concrete. So I think that was the major philosophy behind the development of the curriculum. I think that is why it took the flight in the schools, because it's grounded in what students think.
Other questions, thoughts?
Great, and so we are going to present the good doctor with an award for us, a certificate of recognition. So I'm going to invite the board chair.
My principal's here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And I do want to just emphasize that when Dr. Denisova began her work on the curriculum, the science curriculum with Sabez, there was a real need in the district, particularly at the elementary school level, to have curriculum that actually engaged young people as scientists and in the doing of science. And I would say almost immediately and uniformly, principals who I talked to were almost unanimous in their support of the fact that the Sabez curriculum, young people engaging in actual science experiments, thinking and working like scientists, impacted the entire learning experience for them. So while her award is in science, I just want to recognize the role that Sabez has played in really increasing overall student engagement and academic achievement. So thank you again. Tonight, the board is going to vote on the recommendations contained in the annual portfolio review. This process is inherently controversial because the decision to close a school is difficult under any circumstances. This year, the controversy has been heightened by our recommendation to not renew a number of underperforming charter schools, leading to false assertions by some operators that the district has a, quote, anti-charter bias, has retaliated against specific operators, or is indifferent to the impact of school closures on students and families. Press conferences have been held and op-eds have been written. I emphasize to you this evening not to let all of this confuse the motives of the portfolio process and obscure the reality of schools that are failing their students. The sole purpose of the portfolio process is to develop high-quality schools, regardless of whether these schools are traditional or charter. The same standards are applied to schools because our primary concern is to provide the students of Baltimore with a high-quality education that prepares them for successful lives. Unfortunately, the schools recommended for closure have not met that standard. The 3 charter schools recommended for non-renewal tonight are ranked in the 5% lowest performing Title I schools in the state of Maryland by the state of Maryland. And several of these schools have failed to serve the needs of their most vulnerable, high-need students. Over the past 10 years, the district has closed many traditional schools for similar shortcomings. Let me be clear. Being a charter school is not a free pass for poor quality, and political influence is not an alternative for underperformance. Let me also be clear that neither I personally nor the district as a whole have any form of bias against charter schools. Baltimore City has nearly twice as many charter schools as the rest of the state combined. 2 of my daughters attend a public charter school, and I would unequivocally assert that city schools devotes more time, more personnel, and more resources to charter schools than any district in the state. In fact, we are working proactively with charter operators of proven quality to expand their scope by assuming control of less successful schools. We recently approved new charter applications to open and granted 5-year renewals for high-performing charter schools. At the same time, I think we should be considering extending the terms of proven operators beyond 5 years when we review our policy in the near future. We want excellent charter schools. We want excellent traditional schools. In short, we want quality schools. And the fact is that over time, the portfolio process has worked to create a trajectory of incrementally higher quality schools for our students and their families. The process is not always smooth, and the decisions are often hard. But I want to assure you that we are implementing an enhanced process to make this transition as smooth as possible for our students and their families by helping them identify the best school options to meet their needs and ensure their child's success. If we keep a clear focus on creating quality options for every child in Baltimore, and we measure every decision for every school against that standard, we will continue that trajectory toward excellence until every student receives the quality education she or he deserves. That concludes my remarks for this evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Santzlisis. Our next item of business is to review the consent agenda. I'll go through each of the items. If somebody wants to have something pulled for a question, we'll pull it. You'll have a chance after general public comment to pull other items in case something a member of the general public says causes you to have some additional questions. So with that, item 8.01 is the board legislative platform. We are going to pull that for a brief presentation from Ms. Starrett. Item 8.02, feasibility study, Montebello Elementary Middle. Item 8.03, policy ILA test integrity, second reader. We are going to pull items 8.04, which on the agenda is the Da Vinci Collaborative Charter application, all the way down to item 8.28. We're going to do all of the charter appeal, the portfolio review, and the charter renewal votes. There will be a one long presentation, and there's a standard script that we'll use for every single school. So those are all pulled. So in fact, there's only 2 items as of now that will go by consent, and that'll be items 8.02 and 8.03. And Joshua, when we vote on, Commissioner Lynn, when we vote on those 2, those are items that you can vote on. But we'll come back to them later in the evening.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
are the 21st century, are they grouped together, or are we pulling them in individually?
They'll be grouped when she does the script.
Okay.
Other items, does that help? Other items on the consent agenda are in procurement. So if you have any questions, let me know. These were all previously These were all previously discussed in a public operations committee meeting. Item 13.01, Remington and Vernick Engineers. Item 13.02, Temp Air Company. Item 13.03, White Glove Drug and Alcohol Testing. Item 13.04, Bata Environmental Associates. Item 13.05, TJ Distributors. Item 13.06, Easter's Lock and Security Solutions. Okay, so like I said, after public comment, we'll return to see if there's any more to pull, and then when we do vote on consent, we'll do it in 2 groups. Several items that Student Commissioner Lynn can vote on, and then the rest of the items on where he can't vote. Okay. So before we get to special public comment and special recognitions, Board Executive Gant, I'm going to ask if you can see if Dewana can come down, because we're going to move her presentation up. I want to honor the fact that general public comment is scheduled at these meetings to start around 6, and some people time their arrival here to be here for that, so I want to respect that as much as we can. I want to respect it, period.
She's coming now.
Okay, and also, CEO Santelises, if you could, whoever was going to make the, no, never mind, I can't do that. The only we can't do that out of order. The only presentation we'll move up would be Dewana's. But right now, we will have comment from, we'll do the special recognition comments first, Dewana, and then we'll tee you up. So first up, the three groups that have signed up, the first up is our friend from PCAB, is Julianne Kelly, the chair. Julianne, are you here? Yeah, see, this is what I was afraid of. Is there an overflow room tonight? Do we know?
Yes, there's.
Do we know if she's, well, I'll go to the next one, and then, because I want to make sure we don't, since we're a little bit ahead, I'm really hesitant to steamroll over this. We have two representatives from the BTU, our friends from the BTU tonight, Tracy Falks and Darlene Brown. Are they here? Oh, boy. How about our friend from CCAC, Sheila Billups? Come on up, Sheila. Great. Are you from the BTU? Yes, ma'am. So we'll let Sheila go first, from CCAC. No, you're good, you're good. Thank you so much. That's why I say I want to make sure we don't skip over. That's what I thought, so we're cool. We'll start with Ms. Billups, and then we'll go to the BTU, if that's okay. You're up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy New Year. CCAT's been very busy in December of 2018. I had an opportunity to go to two workshops. One was for CSAC, which is the state equivalent to CCAT. And at that meeting, we was able to collaborate and make sure that we have everything across the board throughout the state of Maryland with all the other districts to make sure we on board, to make sure all the children and the students and everyone get what they need throughout the state of Maryland. I also met with Dr. Salmon, who is the superintendent for the state, and we are now on that board of the state, and we'll be there to 2021. Also, I was a privilege to be at a special workshop for special ed with Dr. Brooks, with her invite me there, and I was so intrigued and happy to be a part of that workshop, and it was talking about pipeline to prison and how we can do what we need to do for the students throughout Baltimore City and the state of Maryland, that we will stop that flow and give them what they need so they may be able to function properly within in society. So I was privileged to be a part of that as well. The other opportunity I had to meet with the new senators and those remaining senators in the state of Maryland, Mr. Cassini can tell you, we was there together. We talked about the Kerwin Commission and the proper funding for the students in Baltimore City, and how important it is that early intervention is the best cure. So the children and students that need an early intervention and the pre-K on up will get what they need. Those things can be identified if the funding is there. The next, and I'm about finished, our next meeting is January the 14th. We, CCAT, have came up with a wonderful idea how to continue to have partners and stakeholders within our committee. So we invited Deborah Demery from the PTA, Donnell Hurd from the Office of Engagement, Mr. Robert Signor, who's also of Baltimore City Parks and Recreation. He runs the therapeutic part of that department. Michelle Miles, who is part of Youth Works, and also Mr. Walter Leslie, who is the Vice President of Cloverdale Athletic Club. That is going to be a very powerful meeting. Those who have children or know anybody with disabilities, I encourage you to have them come to that meeting. They will be able to get the resources they need to help them secure a wonderful 2019 school year. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Billups, for everything that you do.
Yes, ma'am.
We had a good showing at Coppin that day. It was
Yes,
the first time the senators have had the
Right.
sort of the equivalent of that dialogue that they have with the state delegates, so
Yes,
it was terrific that you were there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We've, Ms.
Billups.
Billups, Ms. Billups, we have a question. Commissioner McFadden?
How you doing? Since we have so many members from the community here tonight, how can folks get in contact with you directly or with CCAT
If you
in
go to-
regard to special education and parents that are involved with special education?
If you go to my website under CCAT for Baltimore City, you'll find my information, my phone number, as well as my email address. Mhm.
Great. Now I'd like to, I believe our friends from the BTU tonight are Tracy Folks and Darlene Brown? Yes? You're up, ladies. And Christian, if you could check to see if Julianne Kelly is in the overflow room. I don't know how you would do that, but if Julianne Kelly is or somebody who's going to speak for PCAB is in the overflow room, feel free to come on down because you're next. That work?
Sit right there. Okay. Okay. Good evening, Dr. Santelises, Chairwoman Shoshani, and other esteemed board members. My name is Tracy Folks,
Ava Paran.
Yasmin Blanchard.
and we are here representing the Baltimore Teachers Union. I do beg the board members' indulgence because I initially came just to talk about the Parent-to-Teacher program, but I have a message from Dr. Johnson, President English, okay? We are all appalled by the incidents of teacher and staff violence that occurred in fall at the hands of students. What we know is that these issues of abuse are being perpetrated by a small percentage of students who suffer little to no consequences for their actions. At the core of the issue is that the code of conduct is ineffective and is in desperate need of being reconstructed so that the levels of response correlate with the offense. This is why I brought stakeholders to the table for the BTU School Safety Task Force. On December 14th and January 4th, over 60 community stakeholders, including representatives from Baltimore City Public Schools, school police, the mayor's office, city council, state's attorney's office, Pizzazza, CUB, Ask Me, BCHD, Local 558 nurses, CCAC, Metro Baltimore AFL-CIO, along with community partners, parent groups, clergy, principals, teachers, PSRP, school guidance counselors, psychologists, secretaries, and office support, and most importantly, students, came forward to work together to improve the code of conduct. Our plan is to present the final document to the school board, city council, and the state in the coming months. That was from President English.
Thank you, and you can convey back to her how much we appreciate her leadership on this.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, I will. So, my stuff. I am Tracy Folks, a proud product of Baltimore City
You can
Public
breathe, it's
Schools.
okay.
I know, right?
You're good. Think you're in a classroom, just pretend you're teaching, you're good.
And the parent of a city schools graduate. I have had the distinct honor of serving in many educational capacities within the district since 1990. It has been my great fortune to have been afforded an opportunity to work with some amazing teachers and incredibly supportive and highly committed paraprofessionals. BCPSS, like many districts across the country, particularly urban districts, has faced extreme teacher shortages and is still contending with issues surrounding recruitment and retention of teachers of color. Teaching is hard, but it is also a rewarding career. I still have solid relationships with parents and students from my time at Brems Lane Elementary and Northeast Middle School more than 20 years ago, because I have built strong and meaningful relationships with them that showed I valued them both inside and outside of the classroom. Educational practices in Baltimore City have been devalued and underserved our students. People often ask why teaching has lost its luster within the community. Well, my experiences say that one of the great contributing factors is the heavy dependence upon alternative programs who, unfortunately, bring people to the district who don't stay in the system long enough to build solid relationships with students and their families. While I recognize that they fill a void left by teacher vacancies, their hiring suggests that anyone can walk into a classroom and present quality instruction to our students. It's like learning to fly a plane while it's in the air. I know that I would never want my doctor to learn how to perform surgery on me while I'm on the table during the day and he's taking classes about my heart transplant at night. In many classrooms, PSRP members are providing more direct instruction and/or management than new teachers who lack the professional insight and training that is necessary to teach students like Jaleel, Jamal, or Jaquetta, whose real-life stories are not anecdotes in the teacher prep books that alternative programs mandate. Our city is struggling right now and needs people who have demonstrated that they are here for the long haul. But we are not alone in the struggle. Districts around the country, including Buffalo, Chicago, New York, Denver, Jacksonville, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, have all established quality programs that address not only the parent-to-teacher pipeline, but in some cases, such as Denver and Chicago, the student-to-teacher pipeline. Chicago, whose demographics with an 80% student of color population and only a 41% teacher of color population mirrors ours. They have, in the past 5 years, credentialed 123 grow-your-own teachers in 88 schools and effectively served more than 2,000 students. I recognize and appreciate the work that is put in by many alternatively certified colleagues. However, our students need more. Our city demands more. It is my hope that the district will fund the cost to help PSRP members who want to become certified teachers in city schools. Many PSRP members have been in the district for more than 10 years and demonstrated that they want to stay. As a collective, the district and current teachers should be actively working to gainfully recruit and retain current PSR members who have demonstrated that level of commitment. The work of the Black Teacher Recruitment and Retention Working Group is a start. It is my wish that you will all vote to fund the Parent-to-Teacher program and all that it entails, including tuition, books, and teacher certification exam preparation for our members who want to be credentialed, exemplary teachers in Baltimore City Public Schools' high-need areas of special education, math, and science. We need to do a better job of tapping into the resource that we currently have and provide meaningful financial and academic support for our PSRP members who have demonstrated a high degree of commitment. The Kerman Commission supports efforts to recruit and retain teachers of color. Those efforts mean more than just adding a black or brown face to a classroom. It means that we fill our classrooms with people who are highly qualified, committed, and have a connection to our students that are based on community experiences and insight. With that said, I respectfully request that the board approves funding for the Parent-to-Teacher program to best serve our students, schools, and communities as we move forward and prepare our students to be globally competitive in the 21st century. Wow.
So I have are there any questions from board members? Commissioner Frank?
Just have a question if we can get a copy of the testimony.
Sure.
Great.
It was
thank you.
good, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was actually. I have a if you can give it to Mr. Gant, he'll make sure we all, right there.
Okay.
He'll make sure we all get a copy of it. Just a point of clarification, does the para-to-teacher pipeline project exist and is just not funded? Does it need to be created?
It was in existence from 2005 to 2012, but because of funding, it was put on the shelf. But right now, we are trying to bring a renaissance. We're trying to do a rebirth of the program to help those people who have demonstrated that they want to be. Ms. Ava is a person who was an original member of the Parent-to-Teacher program, and Yasmin is one of my former students, yay me, who I am working on to groom to be to fill that student-to-teacher pipeline. So if you have questions for them, they are absolutely able to answer them.
So, Ms. Ava, are you a teacher now?
I was a teacher for 43 years. I retired June 2018.
Wow.
And I was a paraprofessional.
I guess so. Glad I asked. How long were you a paraprofessional?
from 1974 until 1985.
Wow,
That's when I
okay.
switched over from P62 to
That's fantastic.
162 payroll.
Thank you. That's, congratulations. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
It's a wonderful program, so you can see how long ago there was, so the money was gone since then. During that time, in '83, it was about 15 of us that were, we would call teacher assistants then. And we switched over to become teachers in 1983. And since then, there was no more funding, no more money, just went downhill.
You have something you'd like to add?
You can do that.
Well, not really, but I just know that our teachers deserve the best, and I'm here to support my teacher who really thinks that this is important for our teachers. So I really hope you take this into consideration.
Good for you. So I think that some of us may know, not me, but some of us may know more about this program than others. Our resident knows everything that's ever happened in Baltimore City
Yes,
Schools.
Dr. Chin,
I'm
yes.
sure she does. But I just leaned over and asked Dr. Santelises if you're in conversation with Chief Grant Skinner about this, because this is obviously an important part of, can you comment, please?
Sure, and if Chief Grant Skinner has any comments, he should certainly add, but I want to say that this was a real opportunity and continues to be an opportunity to partner with our colleagues within the BTU. I think that we had a simultaneous recognition that there's a whole body of educators within our school district who have demonstrated connection to our community, demonstrated commitment to our kids, and in many cases, when I walk into classrooms, I can't sometimes tell the difference between who is the paraeducator and who is the classroom teacher, because they are working so closely and in sync. And I just want to commend not only the folks that are sharing with us today, and Chief Grant Skinner for the work in the Human Capital Office and partnering around this, but also just say that Dr. Loretta Johnson and I, in the middle of heated negotiations one day, what might have been about a year ago or so, a year and a half ago, this was one of those breaks where we knew we had no conflict of interest. We knew that this was a place where we needed to be tapping into additional resources, and so we are, and I want to thank Chief Grant Skinner for representing city schools in those discussions.
Now, I've only been to one of the budget forums, but if I'm not mistaken, isn't this one of the things on your list? Am I mistaken?
Would you like a mic?
Yeah, you've only been referenced as if you're not sitting there 4 or 5
Exactly.
times.
I'm trying to look at it.
Yeah.
This is not one of the explicit things there, but what I will add is I appreciate Ms. Folks Tracy for her participation in the working group that she referred to. So we devoted time over the last 3 months in that working group to specifically focusing on the para-to-teacher pipeline and student-to-teacher pipeline that we'd like to build as well. And as an example of something that Tracy's done since assuming this role this year, she's led a survey of our current paraeducators to also get more detail about where they are in the process toward potential certification as a teacher. So that's allowed us to also prioritize where we can offer some more limited support to someone that is really close, while also planning for a longer-term program like the one that you heard about from a few years ago.
Terrific. So thanks for bringing it to our attention so that we can hear more about it. And I hope between you all and Chief Grant Skinner, we can get some updates on this, because it seems kind of like a no-brainer.
Yes, ma'am. I also have a proposal prospectus that includes the cost for 3 different cohorts, including people who are 1 year away from graduating and becoming certified teachers, to those people who have demonstrated a desire to begin going into the teaching profession. So I have that if you all would like to see that.
Commissioner McFadden?
So thank you for that. Who would facilitate that? Would BTU facilitate that process?
I would like to have ideally a partnership so that it is just not one person, so that there are multiple stakeholders involved, and to make it as transparent as possible so that no one is questioning what the other hand is doing.
Sure. Did you mention, I appreciate that. Did you mention, I'm not sure if you did, but Coppin State or Morgan State potential partnerships with those
Yes,
universities?
in the prospectus that I have, Coppin State is one of the partnering schools, but we have also had requests from Goucher and Loyola so that the schools student needs are different. So we're trying to facilitate school choices that meet the different needs of students, including hybrid classes at different universities. But yes, Coppin is definitely one, and they are listed in the prospectus.
And certainly Morgan, too. I would also be interested in what Baltimore City Community College, how they could potentially also. They're there? You already on it?
I'm on top of it. They're here.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you want these?
Is Ms. Kelly from PCAP here? Because I know she's on her way. We don't mind waiting.
I just texted her in the hallway. She gave me some instructions.
Okay.
So good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone in the audience. Last year, this time we were here.
If you could just, for the benefit of the
Yeah,
whole.
my name is Joseph Kane. I'm on PCAB. I chair the policy committee. Last year, this time we were here under different circumstances. We were experiencing heat gate, and so I really want to.
It was exactly 1 year ago
That's right.
tomorrow.
That's right. And so PCAB wants to acknowledge the work that was done to implement the cold weather policy. And it's been useful and helpful, and I think it makes parents and community more at ease knowing there's a policy there. PCAB also wants to express their disappointment in the Kerwin delay. We know what that means for Baltimore, and we can't not wait. So we just here, we're reaffirming that we need that money now. We need Kerwin to come up with these recommendations because our students are important and they can't wait. Next, PCAB wants to reaffirm our opposition to officers having the right to carry guns in school during the school day. We went over this a few months ago maybe, and we did surveys and so forth, but the legislative agenda came out, and we were a little concerned that it's not on there, but there was a bill pre-filed to do that, and so we wanted to ask the board what their position is and stand with us in our opposition to that change. Also, we're going to flag the budget process that's happening right now in schools. The website lists many dates on there, and that's hats off to the engagement office. However, you know, like many things, nothing's perfect. We just want to flag that some schools aren't going through that according to those dates. And so
Come again on that?
some schools aren't following the dates listed on the website.
If you're aware of school, are you in the budget process?
Correct.
If you're aware of schools that aren't following the budget process, you need to let.
Correct.
Who should they?
Offline, we'll share that information.
Absolutely, because this is a big thing for us this year. We've
Yep.
said this in the workshops that we want to monitor schools. That is the place to influence the budget, and if they're not doing it, we need to know.
Correct. And yeah, we just know we are aware of some dates on the website that have passed, actually, as of yesterday, that have not had those meetings. And
You know who to tell, right?
yes, we know.
But
who to tell.
do you know who do you think you should tell?
So we will tell the whole board here, but who would you like me to tell in particular?
I was going to say we're glad. I'm glad to know it because this is it's hard to overstate the priority here. So I'm going to let Dr. Santelises respond to this.
You should let Chief Davis know. So Chief Davis is right there. Can you wave, John? There's Chief Davis. So if you let Chief Davis know which schools have not held budget meetings that were advertised to be held.
Correct.
Okay,
Will
thank
do.
you.
Thank you. Because we know the importance of that process, and we don't want to discourage people. I know last year you all put a lot of effort into ensuring those budget meetings happened, and this year you went a step further to publish those dates. And so we would we don't want to discourage parents and community from being involved, and so we'll make sure that happens. Other than that, everybody in the room who loves students, just clap your hands for us, please, if you love students. You all can get involved in PCAB, right? There's a space and a place for you at PCAB because we can't always meet on these circumstances when something's going wrong. We met here last year this time, and it's an opportunity for us to meet at PCAB, okay? Our next meeting is Thursday, right? So make sure you guys come out to PCAB, come out to CCAB, get involved through movements throughout the year so we can support your movements when they happen or advise or be part of that when your movements are happening, okay? And so one more time, if you love kids, clap it up one time because we got to keep kids first. Thank you.
So, Mr. King, we want to thank you, too, for your involvement in PCAB. But if I'm not mistaken, you have a son or a daughter at Waverly, right?
I have 4 children at Waverly Elementary Middle School.
So you have sons
and 2
and
of them going through the middle school choice process
There you
right
go.
now.
So you're exemplary in how active you are, and just
Yeah.
appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you all.
Another question from Commissioner Hassan?
Yes.
So as the chair of the policy committee, I just want to say, chair to chair, thank you for your volunteer commitment and your work, and offer a sit down between the two of us to really align lockstep
Roger
how
that.
we move forward. So
Thank
just
you.
feel free to reach out to me.
Yep, thank
Thank
you.
And give our thanks to Ms. Kelly, too.
I will. I'm going to text her
Madam
now.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Joe, are you all encouraging through PCAB the involvement of parents and community members on school family councils?
We are. I mean, in our meetings, we understand the importance of school family councils, and we are strategically trying to tackle that issue because we think that active school family councils will alleviate this problem of missing dates and so forth. And so, yes, we are working on a plan to how we address the school family council process.
Any other questions for Mr. King? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
At this time, I'd like to recognize and ask the Vice President of the City Council, Councilwoman Sharon Green Middleton, to speak.
Greetings, Madam
Greetings.
Commissioner, Dr. Santelises, and all the commissioners and staff. Before, I'm here today to say a few words about Martin Luther King Elementary Middle, and I know there's an overflow, but I would like to recognize the parents. I think there's going to be some additional speakers down the road, but I would like to recognize the parents and teachers and the principal and students that are here. If you could just stand, please, a few minutes. Okay. And there might be some more in the overflow. So I do have a prepared statement here that I think it's important to read. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to leave right after because there's also at the same time the Women's Commission meeting that I'm very close to, and I must be there as well. I'm Councilwoman Sharon Green Middleton. I'm also Vice President of the Baltimore City Council. I'm a resident in the 6th District and a champion of the Park Heights community that I'm sure you all know. And here we go again with another school closure in the Park Heights community. We know that approximately 2 years ago, we closed Langston Hughes Elementary, and now we have somehow on your agenda Martin Luther King Elementary Middle. Another potential public school to close in our Northwest Park Heights community, and another name with hope, integrity, and history being removed. I'm talking about the historic Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary Middle School. And it's definitely the wrong time. I don't know if any of you have made it into this specific community recently, but it is a community that is beginning to see revitalization of homes. Millions of dollars are being put on major street intersections. A nearby new library is proposed. Renovation of another recreation center, Tawanda Recreation Center. There is such energy, there is such a good spirit alive and well in this community. I'm here tonight to ask you to reconsider your actions where this school and this community is concerned. Area historic churches have stepped up, investing in the properties around their churches, all the components of attracting more families, young families, and I can almost guarantee many of you have no idea what is happening in this community. I'm always expressing myself
about the lack of communication between the people that make these decisions, and I know you do not make these decisions easily, but there appears to be a disconnect between you and the communities, the children, the teachers, the workers, all impacted and affected by this move. I'm embarrassed by the lack of communication. You should know that a community is more than just the school, and this process has been very discouraging. I know you believe, like I do, education is a human right. Given that school reformers are always talking about the importance of giving parents school choice, you think they'd listen to the people who want their neighborhood and their public schools saved. I know it's all they have. I'm in this community. I have relationships in this community. I've given coats away to students who are 9 and 10 years old, and I know they've never had a new coat before or really anything new. I've given hugs to students at this school that have never heard the words, "I love you." There is consistent trauma here in many different forms. Pimlico has just opened, which is really important to the Park Heights community. But I get calls from grandparents and grandchildren who still have to walk between drug transactions, areas where shootings have taken place, and other horrible things have been commonplace. Commissioners, it is going to take time to get the environment in order inside and outside the school. I'm begging you to wake up and pay close attention to what is happening here. These communities have been neglected for a very long time. Individuals have problems in this neighborhood, and families have problems in this neighborhood. One way is actually starting to address the real reasons that many children don't perform well in school from the beginning. Start investing correctly in the neighborhood and building hope together. We have the opportunity to put resources in this school and to be a partner in the change that is needed. Like others that have invested in this Martin Luther King School building, and the list is long. The Deltas, the Park Heights Renaissance, Kennedy Krieger, Restoration Gardens, the list goes on and on. The National Night Out is held there, and it's one of the largest in the city. It is an inspiring occasion. Think about their lives. Living in poverty has consequences. Living in an unstable family environment has consequences. Park Heights Renaissance has been planning to put a trauma center there. It's part of their Human Services initiative. It's needed. Again, supplying resources. Moving these students at this time is just going to add additional trauma, and I believe a huge mistake you will grow to regret. As Vice President of the City Council, I announce the number of homicides and opioid epidemic crisis deaths each week and ask for a moment of silence for these affected families. I'm not sure if you know, but a great organization recently donated 100 computers to this school. It's been from my understanding your IT department has dragged their feet and taken their time in responding to the school's requests for help. This has been since August, essentially ignoring them and delaying our students from being successful. And we're getting ready to have these tests to take place. There are better alternatives than closing this school. Busing students is costly, and they will have another vacant building right in the middle of this community. I've already seen vandalism and disrespect to these properties throughout the city. This is costly financially and emotionally for our city. Baltimore is an amazing, resilient city. Your job is certainly not easy, but we have stumbled and we have rebounded time and time again. Let's do it here as well. I still have faith and I still have hope. If we combine our energies, you here at the school commission and me at the city council, partnering with churches, organizations, and the residents of the Park Heights community, we can make a difference. Our first priority has to be remembering that these are our precious children and they are worth fighting for. Please, please, please reconsider the idea of closing Martin Luther King Elementary Middle School.
Councilwoman Middleton, if you could just wait for one quick second. I just want to, I want to say it's not true that we don't go to Park Heights. So we've been actively visiting the school, taking tours, learning a lot, driving, walking, understanding the whole context. So that's actually.
I haven't been included in that.
Because
So-
we're doing it in collaboration with the principal. We come up in ones and twos. It's not some official big deal.
So
It's
I'm
just,
asking, please include me.
sure. I'd like to also ask Dr. Santelises to comment on what we're actually voting on tonight.
Right, and so just because I know, Councilwoman Middleton, that you have another engagement, so you won't be able to be here for this, just so that you know, I will be presenting to the board for board vote this evening, an amended recommendation to delay the closing for MLK for a year, so that we can do the communication and the engagement that we need to do. Secondly, one of the other pieces that I think is important for everyone to know, because the name Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary Middle School is, one, important for the history of the city and particularly for Park Heights. One of the things that we are also doing is that we will work during that year on preserving the name of the school. So that is not an automatic, because we recognize, and in conversations with both you, Council President Jack Young, and other members of the community, recognize the trajectory of closing schools that have been named for African-American leaders, both nationally and in the city. And so I know that the name was of concern. So just because you will not be here for when the formal recommendation is made, but thank you for coming out as always.
And I guess I really need you to also address the IT. We have 100 computers that were donated there, and
what we can do is if what I will do, I've already sent an email as you were citing it. So if you would like to either follow up and let me know the specifics of where the computers are, but I have already sent an email on that.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Is Dewana still here? So Dewana, can you make your presentation on the legislative platform, and then we're going to go back to the general public comment, and then we'll be caught up with the schedule.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, in case this is their first board meeting, that public comment isn't scheduled to begin until 6. So we're not putting off hearing from people.
Yeah.
But just making sure that that's clear for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought I had.
You had
Cool.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board, Madam CEO, Dewana Starrett. I'm the Director of Legislative and Government Affairs. I'm here to give an overview of the 2019 legislative platform for the school board. Bear in mind that this is a quick PowerPoint, and a detailed platform was also provided on board docs, and you should have that as well. So the development of the platform briefly was put together with public input. We had meetings with elected officials, the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, the Superintendent's Association, various advocacy groups, and I also met with the Parent Community Advisory Board a couple of months ago about the overview of the legislative session and what we thought we would see, and to hear from everyone what they wanted the board to have in their platform. We also had a public forum in December of 2018 to discuss and to hear from others about the platform and what they would like to see included in the legislative platform. So some of the major issues for the 2019 session, obviously we have budget and capital, budget meaning capital and operating budgets, adequacy of funding. Where we are concerned because last year the governor included an additional $11 million of hold harmless funding that allowed us not to lose any money last year, and we are unclear if that money will be in the budget this year. The budget for the state will be introduced January 18th, so we'll know for sure then, but we need to keep an eye on that. We have the Commission on Innovation, Excellence in Education. Again, that's the Kerwin Commission. I'll get into a little bit more detail, but I do suspect we will see something from from the work of the Kerwin Commission this session. I'll explain again a little later. As you all know, the constitutional amendment was passed this last voting cycle, where it allowed the casino revenue, additional casino revenue, to supplement education, and it could be used for operating and or facilities, and that's important as I go into further detail about this session. The state revenue this year, in FY18, the state attained an additional about $300 million more than they expected, and over the next couple of years, the revenue attainment seems to be in the positive. Now, after year 4 or 5, they say that there may be a negative situation, but for the foregoing future, meaning the next couple of years, we see an increased revenue to the state. And another issue that will come to light this session is sports betting. Now, again, this is not something that the board has to take a position on per se, but sports betting, if it becomes legal this session, we would like to see, and we talked with the Superintendent's Association of MABE, to have that additional revenue to be dedicated to education funding. And so I think when I talk to you again about sports betting, if that is introduced this session, as I expect it to be, that's sort of the amendment that we would like to see. So some other major issues, again, out of the platform, but again, the detailed platform is online. The continuation of the city-state partnership. As you know, we are a school board that right now is appointed solely by the mayor. In 2022, we will become a hybrid school board. That means we will have 2 members elected citywide added to the school board. In the state of Maryland, there are 19 fully elected boards. There are 4 hybrid boards, and Baltimore City, again, will become a hybrid board in 2022, so then there will be 5. We also always have legislation that is before the General Assembly to take away some sort of control from school boards and or superintendents. And so typically the board has consistently held its ground over whether it be overly prescriptive legislation, and meaning telling us how to do things, as opposed to allowing us to use our best judgment in determining the best needs for our school population. School calendar will be a big issue. As you know, there was a law that passed last session that indicated that even though we still had to start after Labor Day, that there would be 5 additional days added to the school calendar. But the state board has interpreted that those 5 additional days can only be used after the inclement weather days are used. And so this legislation that we believe we have a sponsor that will introduce this session to clarify. Now, there's also discussions among MABE and PASAM to make it even more stringent, to say that not only do we want additional 5 days, but we want language in the law that says school boards are the only entity that should have oversight over its calendar, and they do not need to go to the state board as long as they meet the 180-day, 1,070-hour requirement. There was another item here that was brought to me from the CEO's office about data sharing. Right now, we are not required, or parents are not required, to provide Social Security numbers, and so when kids receive services, it's difficult for us to get federal reimbursements for those students because we don't have Social Security numbers. So we'd like to get some sort of interagency cooperation so that we are allowed to collect those Social Security numbers from different agencies, and that's legislation that we would need to introduce. And I spoke briefly about it at MABE to see if anyone else had any of these issues, and they said they would go back and check in their jurisdiction, so it would not necessarily just be a Baltimore City issue. Again, unfunded mandates, those are always introduced where they have policy changes that they require school systems to do something, but they don't come along with additional funding. And I think we might see some of that when we talked about the Kerwin legislation that I foresee. So Kerwin, I know everyone has talked about the delay in the implementation of Kerwin. They've been meeting for 2 years. And I like to say it's a delay in the full implementation of Kerwin, because Kerwin, in its December meeting, they indicated, and rightfully so, that in the FY18 budget, FY18 legislative session, the General Assembly, in its wisdom, put aside $200 million that could strictly be used only for Kerwin recommendations. And this $200 million was to be released in this session, during this session. So Kerwin has indicated that there are certain policy areas that they would like to see that $200 released. and those include pre-kindergarten, some money for community schools, the beginning of the concentration of poverty grants, and also special education. We are not quite sure exactly how they came up with the specific dollar amounts. I don't want to go through the specific dollar amounts because they could change in legislation, but people should know that the General Assembly will see something from Kerwin, and it will talk about providing at least $200 million. Now, we also know that the governor has indicated that the casino money from the constitutional amendment would be used for facilities, which is appropriate because the way the legislation was written and the way it was passed was that the money could be used for operating and capital dollars. And we expect that it generates about $125 million that would be added to the capital budget, which would bring it to about $1.9 billion for school construction. The question is then for the board and for other boards of education around the state is it's pitting capital against operating. And so the the Kerwin Commission, when they met in December, also said if they are able to have the governor release that $125 million for capital, that they would like to see it to be added to that $200 million that they have set aside already, and see most of that go into special education services. And so that's something else that the board will be looking at and working and grappling with this session as well. And as you know, capital, we have a CIP funding request of $82 million in December. Prior to the holiday break, we had an initial allocation of $29 million. And so I'm sure we will be receiving more money because by the end of December, they only had to allocate the first 75% of school construction funds. And so we'll see what the rest of the CIP money will be. And so what you did not hear tonight was a discussion about the school safety and school police. And it's not that I didn't want to present that tonight, it's that at this moment, my recommendation is that we've had a lot of comments, we had public forums, we've worked on our general orders, we've had community forums, and I understand the community is split. I believe the board is split. So I did not put that as a priority in the platform right now. However, we know that Delegate Glenn has House Bill 31 that she has pre-filed. And so my recommendation is on January 22nd at the next school board meeting that I come before the board, provide an overview of that legislation, and then we can have a full, robust discussion about that legislation and the board's position.
So we'll vote at that time. It feels very important to me, since we did not include it as one of our priorities, because as Dewana said, she said why. It's important that we conduct the vote in public, what our position would be on that legislation. So we're going to do that on the 22nd. So I hope that answers people's questions. Any other questions, comments about that?
That's also the NAACP public forum on that question, the 22nd of January.
Great. So if you can talk about it at the NAACP, or you can come and talk about it here. But after that night, as of the end of the board meeting on the 22nd, the board's position on that legislation will be clear, and then based on what our vote is, that's how we'll testify in Annapolis. So when we come back to vote on the consent agenda after public comment, then we'll consider this among the items that we'll vote on.
Consent, okay, great.
So thank you very much for coming up a little early. So with that, I'd like to open public comment. Let's see. Our first guest is Nakia Nicholson.
Good evening, everyone. I would first like to publicly thank our families and our staff for the support, and I also want to thank our leadership team. You have shown resilience and you rock. I would also like to thank each one of the board members who have come to our school to visit, for just getting to know our community. We are grateful for your time. Tonight's charter renewal vote is of critical importance to the 990 children and families who attend Monarch Academy. As we find ourselves in significant disagreement with the CEO's recommendation of school closure of Monarch, we appeal to you with what we do have in common, with the hopes of convincing you to vote to renew our charter for 3 years. We share a common commitment to fairness and to the best interests of our students. If you apply those common elements, we are confident that you will choose to renew Monarch Academy. When Monarch's performance over the last 3 years is analyzed fairly and comprehensively, Monarch's many strengths are revealed. Number 1, Monarch is strong in special education. The compliance issue originally identified for a reason for non-renewal was retracted by Dr. Santelises in the December 10th meeting with Monarch administration and the Executive Director of Special Education. Number 2, Monarch has a strong school culture. The latest school effectiveness review reflects effective ratings for school climate and numerous positive statements about the physical environment, school leadership, teachers, and staff. Monarch is safe for students. Number 3, Monarch is very strong in financial management and governance. This is well documented in the latest SCR. Number 4, Monarch is also strong in student academic growth. Monarch's academic testing shows Monarch is strong in helping all students grow. Over the last 3 academic years, Monarch shows robust student growth. In reading, Monarch students who were 2 or more grade levels below demonstrated 223% increase in reading. In math, students demonstrated a remarkable 469% increase in iReady over 3 years. A detailed academic plan was submitted to this Board of Commissioners on December 31st. If Monarch is closed, 7 out of 10 students will be returned to schools that did not meet their needs or simply failed them. There are no tangible benefits of school closure, only suffrage and damage to an already oppressed community of families. The reasons for closure provided by the CEO has been refuted with evidence. There are no real grounds for school closure. The renewal framework continues to be a moving target. Thus, the renewal recommendation appears to be less what is in the best interest of our students and more about the political pressures the city faces to decrease funding cuts and increase enrollment within the city. Monarch should not be shuttered to placate funding issues faced by the district. Disrupting student choice, student safety, and the academic and social and emotional progress is not the solution for fulfilling the 21st century
Ms.
plan.
Nicholson?
Yes. All right. I just want to say that we love our students. Monarch is a quality school, and Monarch is not amongst the 15 lowest performing schools within the city.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Our next guest is Benny Peterson. Bonnie, I'm sorry, I was trying to read the handwriting.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is not my first go-around, as many of the board members currently know that I have special needs children. I'm very open and honest about that. I visited Monarch 4 times before I agreed to place my one son in their building. At Monarch, they meet the children where they are. They have a module that is not familiar to Baltimore City public school system. I find after they've received positive public feedback, news media, we're now at the chopping block. So are we saying it's about the dollar or about the student? My son's scores were low. He would have went into the worst performing schools his high school year if I left him in Baltimore City Public Schools. I moved him to Monarch. The staff kept close contact with me. We worked as a partnership, and we didn't divide and conquer. My son now can go to the top 5 schools in this district. He can pick. If I would have left him in a district school, my son wouldn't have had a chance. So what are we saying here today? $1, because every dollar is going to leave this district for a charter school. So every city school student that leaves the district and goes to a charter school, that money follows that student. So I find this move and decision to be more political and not in the best interest of the children. If you go in on a daily basis to Monarch, you will see the special needs students being met where they are to where they can learn and be successful students in a society. So I'm asking the board to reconsider. This is not the first time I've been to the chopping block. CASA last year, us parents were told, we will work with you in transition. I got a letter in the mail, my son was reassigned and no IEP meeting. This is not acceptable. We have to change the policies and we have to put the best interest of the students at heart. Not say it, do what we mean, do what we say. Monarch has built bridges and gaps and formed partnerships in the community it serves, as well as the district-wide. So why shut it down? Because it doesn't meet a 21st century model? But they're meeting students where they are, and they're learning, and they're making progress. They have students autistic. I've been in the building, and I know because I have an autistic son. Happy, learning, progressing. That's what we want for our children, so why are we shutting it down? So I'm going to ask the school board to delay and give them one more year. Actually, leave them alone and let them meet our students where they are, because that would be in the district's best interest, and it'd be in our students' best interest, versus keep shoveling them into classrooms of 30-plus students. How are you going to learn in that? How is a special needs student truly going to learn? I see it. That's really rude. I can read. I'm educated.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to
It is
manage the
rude.
meeting.
It's
not.
30-plus students in your school district classrooms with special needs students.
Thank you, Ms.
Statistic
Peterson.
data proves that you can't learn that way.
We have a question? Commissioner Hassan?
Actually, just a comment, just to clarify for people that charter schools are Baltimore City schools, and that it is about offering a portfolio of robust options for all of our children to be successful. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Great. Our next guest is Allison Ambrose.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Allison Ambrose. I'm a teacher at Dr. King. While I appreciate that ONI and the CEO took other factors into account when revising their recommendation, I don't think it's the best way to protect our scholars' interests. The letters that went home with both recommendations stated that because we are a small school, we can't offer varied programming. We believe that we can. While I concede that small schools must be funded differently, they offer a close-knit family atmosphere that some Baltimore City families look for in a school. Not all students require a small school, but families should be given the choice. You heard from MLK students last time, as well as students from other small schools, express how important attending a small school was to their success. Instead of closing small schools, partner with them. Let's work together to make small schools work too. Dr. King is ready for that work. In the last few years, we have made a renewed effort to work with families and partnerships to offer enrichment activities that our scholars need and deserve. Let Dr. King pilot this small schools initiative. Let us work with the district to determine the essential programs students should have, and then let us continue to work with our partners to find creative ways to secure funding. If middle school recruitment is the issue, give us a table at the choice fair. Allow us to share our programs, varied enrichment activities, and numerous after-school sports and interest activities to other scholars. Each year it is more difficult and more competitive to get into schools like Roland Park or cross country, so let Dr. King welcome those students into our family. For the last maybe minute that I have, I just wanted to, on a personal note, I know that the board wants to make decisions that's in the best interest of our kids. And so in that regard, we're the same. I've been a teacher for 10 years, and for all 10 years it's been at Dr. King. It's been my privilege to serve the scholars and families of Dr. King. These scholars and this school are my heart. I'm dedicated to them, and I don't want to go anywhere. I want to continue to work for them. We have a dedicated staff, many of whom are here with me today, and they're willing to do the work to make small schools like ours work. And I'm confident that given a little bit of time, that Dr. King could become a model throughout the city of how effective small schools could be. I asked you before for your faith, and now I'm asking you for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ambrose. Our next guest is Lindsay Labar. Lindsay,
You got it.
is it Labar?
Yeah, Labar.
There you
Like,
go.
let's go to the bar. But not really. Just kidding. All right. Good evening. Happy New Year. My name is Lindsay Labar, and I am the math lead, school test coordinator. I don't know, a couple other hats at our school. And I wanted to say first off, like Miss Ambrose, I appreciate that O&I and the CEO based their new recommendation on the feedback that they received. And we appreciate the opportunity to remain open for the operational school year for 2019-2020. However, it still doesn't address concerns about safety and leaves no room for the community to come up with its own alternative solution. When the board considered closing Penderhughes, they allowed the Gilmore and Penderhughes communities to come together and create a new solution. We are asking for that same consideration. Allow us to have community partners such as Park Heights Renaissance to facilitate meetings where families from both communities can come together and determine what is best for the scholars. We feel we have presented alternatives to the definitive closure of Dr. King that allows the school community to continue as an entity, scholars, families, staff, and school partners. We are asking that you give us this year to work with both schools, Dr. MLK and Edgecombe, and the communities to devise a solution that keeps the Dr. Martin Luther King School community intact. Over the last few years, I cannot talk tonight, I'm sorry. Over the last few years, Dr. MLK's math data has been climbing. Miss Ham, who will speak in a few minutes, our third grade class, recently scored the second highest in the district on the ANET data from A1. Last year, our Park scores for math increased by 6.9%, and we fully plan on increasing this year's scores again. At Dr. MLK, we are also working diligently on our culture and climate. We have seen a decrease in suspensions and an increase in scholars utilizing restorative practices to solve their problems. Last year, we were awarded a silver ribbon for the PBIS, and we plan on earning it again this year. As we have mentioned, Dr. Martin Luther King has worked hard to create opportunities for our scholars to engage in different enrichment activities. Tomorrow, our choir is performing at the Social Security Administration in Baltimore County. They could have chosen any school, but they chose us. We also have the National Security Administration Executive Director coming to do a presentation for our scholars on Monday. In addition, we have over 15 field trips this year where our scholars will be outside of the classroom engaging with different activities and enrichment opportunities. I lost my track. At Dr. MLK, we are a family school, a school where scholars feel safe and where we strive each and every day to meet the needs of our scholars. Some of my family members are here today. I won't ask them to stand again because they already did, but I want to say thank you. Thank you for your support and your dedication for being here tonight. I also want to invite you to come to Dr. Martin Luther King Elementary School on, I lost my track. January 29th, we have our celebration for Dr. Martin Luther King that day at 1 o'clock in our school auditorium. And as always, you're welcome to come to any of our fundraising events, Chipotle, West 41st Street. I know you'll be there, January 29th. Thank you. Sorry for running over.
Thank you, Ms. Labar.
Thank you.
Our next guest is Dr. Cecil Gray.
song somewhere along the way that says, I've got the light of freedom. And Miss Hamer used to say, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine, but I'll stop and start. Thank you, Commissioner Kashiani, CEO Dr. Santelises, and commissioners all. I want to thank the commissioners, those who were able to come by the school. The commissioners have never come to NACA over these 14 years. None of the CEOs have ever come to NACA, I think, except for Dr. Cooper Boston, who was interim. So we're thankful for those commissioners who did come to the school to see the school. 3 came right after the first day after Thanksgiving, and then another came on Friday. We appreciate it, unannounced, as it ought to be. We appreciate that, and you could see the work that we do. We wish that everyone would come. Would like to really share these last few remarks with the commissioners. Sometimes it's necessary to peer deeply, delve deeply, and do primary research. Sometimes you can't go by what you've heard. You have to go and see it for yourself, and you have to study the documents for yourselves. Some of what was shared earlier tonight and some of what's been floating in the media is incorrect. That's why we had to hire attorneys, because you would not hear us. Although I have a proper PhD, we have PhDs from Stanford, others from Towson, and PhDs from Yale, people across the country who work with us and in the city. Nobody seems to hear our credentials or our skill or our expertise, so we had to hire attorneys. But sometimes you got to look for yourself and think about it for yourself, and then vote in a just fashion. Vote fairly, vote wisely, vote your conscience, I think is how my mother and others used to say. Underperforming not NACA, we've outperformed the city every year of our existence, and we will go to court and talk about that if we have to. Failing not NACA, we've outperformed the city throughout the MSA, and we continue to outperform the city now that we're under the auspices of the park. So that's not true. Ranked in the bottom 5% of Title I schools, false again. We will submit the refutation this Friday. That's when they're due. Ours will be submitted this Friday. The city will then submit it to the state. So much inconsistency, so much untruth. I think just to wrap up with the facts that are undeniable. The United States Department of Education granted us a 5-year grant. We have a 5-year grant to expand our work, to expand NACA 1, expand NACA 2, and then to replicate, to build other freedom and democracy public charter schools. We've been trying to get into Sandtown since October 2016. The city started thinking about Sandtown after the people rose up December 2017 here. We supported Pender Hughes. We still support Pender Hughes. We can help Pender Hughes and Gilmore work. But for some reason, people block us from going into Sandtown to do the work. The federal government says, go to Sandtown, it's in writing, create, expand NACA 1 and 2. So we don't get why the city doesn't get that. Most recently, we just received a gift back in the summer, a $134,000 gift, a grant to work with our children. We're doing that. Just in the last few days, $324,000 has come from a major tech company for us to continue our work. Thank you very much. Please consider the reality of it all. Do the right thing, commissioners. Do the right thing, even if it means going against or being at odds with or not lining up quite with leadership and staff. Do the right thing. And we'd love to get some questions back, because nobody's ever asked us any questions, but they did ask our attorneys.
Any questions for Dr. Gray? Commissioner Hassan?
Just a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
The writing samples that you gave, thank you for your students.
Yes, ma'am.
For giving us their opinion.
Second through fifth, yes, ma'am. We didn't give you
What grade
K1.
level are these writing samples?
If you'll read each
Some
one.
of them say 4th and 5th, but
Right.
a lot of them don't say.
What you get when you start, they tell you their grade level. So you've got 2nd grade all the way up to 5th grade. No kindergartners or 1st graders. I don't know why, but 2nd through 5th, that's what you have. Yes, ma'am.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Chinia?
Dr. Gray, I'm going to ask, and I guess I should have asked even previously, but now I've heard twice where folks are saying about the listing that actually came from MSDE. So have you seen that? Are you aware of the listing the MSDE has about the Title I school? Are you all prepared? You're saying that you're planning to do something. Are you preparing to question the listing that MSDE has concerning our schools that have been listed at the lowest percent?
Yes, ma'am. The research that we have, as you can, similar to some of the research around our grades, we did deeper research and we submitted that to you all. You wanted percentages and then also raw numbers. We gave those. because we dig deep in our research. But yes, ma'am, we receive that information, and what our research has shown is that the city did that work and then submitted it to MSDE, then MSDE published it. So, but either way, we're going to write our refutation, our response to that rating. It's to be submitted, what we've been given from BCPSS
Well,
is to submit it to the city Friday.
I would need to just
They
say
will
that
give it to MSDE.
that is not correct.
Okay,
And in fact, MSDE has sent out a revised listing just this past week, I believe. They give it to us.
Okay.
We do
Yes,
not,
ma'am. Well-
and it is from the park testing, which is scored by MSDE.
Mhm.
So I just
No.
need to say that one.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
if you
Yes,
are,
ma'am.
if that's what's going to happen, if you're planning to question that
Absolutely.
one, please know that that is not coming from city schools.
May I ask a question,
Mhm.
Dr. Chinia? The guidance that we received on email, and I appreciate what you shared, the guidance that we've received on email is that we write our response to this, what we consider improper. We write that and submit it to you all by this Friday. You then submit it to the state by the 18th. Is that true or not? And so we want to make sure we've got that straight because we are going to refute. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Jones?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Teresa Jones, Chief
Yes, ma'am.
Achievement and Accountability Officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Gray is correct in the sense that the state has now announced that there is an appeals process for which revised data sets can be submitted to the state if there were data errors. We are awaiting that information from schools. Once we reviewed that, we will then submit appeals on behalf of schools where we determine that that is justifiable. At this point, that work has not been completed.
Yes, ma'am. So it is correct that we submit to you all by this Friday?
That is correct.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And thank you, but my initial comment was the fact that the listing itself was not generated by city schools. That
Yes, ma'am.
was generated by the state.
That is correct.
Okay. Yes,
So two related topics. So first is, in terms of the appeals process could potentially impact the actual star ratings for schools. The determination of CSI schools, which are the Comprehensive Support and Improvement Schools, is partly based on those actual total points that are determined that also are used to create the ratings. So it's not necessarily a guarantee if in fact the ratings change, that would change whether or not that school would be determined to be a CSI school. So they're related, but they're not one and the same. So we can't make assumptions until we've actually reviewed the data sets. We've submitted it to MSDE, and they've reviewed everything and made their determinations. So in essence, the current ratings and information that we have continues to stand until we receive any responses to appeals that are submitted to the state.
Thank you. I just wanted to be certain
Yes,
that the
yes, ma'am.
public understood that
Yes, ma'am.
process, and that was pretty clear. Thank you.
Commissioner Frank and then Commissioner Reed?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gray,
Sure.
can you comment on the one-star rating? Is that what you're actually disputing? in
No,
addition-
I cited that while sharing tonight. What we're disputing, our central place relative to dispute and refute, what we refute is the documentation that was given us by BCPSS with the CEO's recommendation for closure. Those items there are unproven. They are essentially legal allegations saying we violated FMLA, we violated Title I, and our attorneys, they've given you guys documentation. We haven't done it. So to put that in a recommendation that we violated federal and/or state or city laws, and in fact we did not, that's something really problematic when a body such as Baltimore City Public School System, a very large and well-financed entity, makes those kinds of statements and there's no documentation support. And that's probably like standing at the bus stop, we follow when people are just talking.
If you have a point
in
of
this
view,
structure, that kind of thing is really serious.
do you have a point of view on the data that was used to determine the one-star rating from the state?
We're still doing our work on that right now. I don't want to go into water that I can't swim in just yet. We are doing our work. We will submit a response because we believe that that's extremely problematic.
The
It's
data
just
that the
incorrect.
state used, do you think was incorrect for that rating?
I don't think that the state's data is incorrect. I don't know that.
Okay.
But here's the best illustration for us.
Right.
Part of what was shared here in one of these sessions is that. In fact, data sets that we received from BCPSS staff when we were preparing our renewal packets, right, back in the summer to be submitted early September, was that we have not done well academically. And so what we did, and we had the conversation here, I think you were here, sir, on the 20th of I think, November, right before Thanksgiving break, we brought in other researchers. We went deep down into the data, and what we discovered by delving deeper than where city schools, I guess, staff went, we discovered that NACA 3 through 5, and those are the grades that are weighed and analyzed for academics, we outperformed the entire city, relative to apples and apples and oranges and oranges. And so, if we see that kind of thing again, certainly we'll bring it up. But we're not saying that MSD doesn't know what it's doing. We're just vigilant and meticulous to come behind, their scholars with our scholars to do the analysis. We just refute the recommendation and I think the 8 pages that were given to you all, excuse me.
Commissioner Reed?
Can you speak to the trends in student enrollment?
Yes, sir. We spoke about that before. Thank you, sir. When we opened our doors, we were about 126 our first year, and then we kept growing. Our capacity is 252 at our lower school, and we stayed at 252 with the waiting list for, I'll just say at this point, 2/3 of our existence. I'll say this last third of our existence, we're from the beginning. We're at the very we're one of the first original 5 charters. You see this decline. And we have the documentation. I was advised by attorneys just to hold it because I did offer it. We have documentation to show you an instance, and we consider that example to be, there's more to it than that one example. But we have all the emails and the actual letters from city schools sending letters to our parents, telling them to remove their students because the teacher's not qualified. And in fact, we had sent the qualifications from the, what is it called? What is it that teachers have to do? What's it, praxis? The praxis scores? We'd sent that in the spring one year. And then in the fall of that year, the new school year, city schools was sending letters to our parents saying, get your children out of there, you're not qualified. And in fact, the teachers were qualified, but we've got all of that data, the letter from city schools that went to parents, I was not copied, the principal was not copied. So that kind of activity, we've seen it at NACA 1, we've seen it in NACA 2, and that kind of thing, it puts a sour taste in folks' mouths, it puts strange things in the air, and we've seen kind of a peeling off of our students, and that's part of how you see the decline. The good news is, while you see that, we have students who leave and then they return. They go someplace else. They're like, we're back at NACA.
So
But
you
yes,
have
sir.
information you have information about the letters and.
Yeah, yes, we have actual letter, dear Mrs. Smith.
Could I clarify the letters, if that's okay? Under the No Child Left Behind Act, schools had to indicate to parents when teachers were not listed as highly qualified. That was a form letter. All systems were required to send that out. So if a teacher, for example, taken the praxis, hadn't passed the praxis, so didn't come under the listed as highly qualified, the system had to send a letter to those parents to let them know that. It did not say the teacher had to be fired. It was simply informing parents that the teacher was not meeting the requirement of the federal law.
And the challenge is when the emails.
Easy. Wait, we're out of order. Commissioner Gray.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Gray, my bad. Please continue. I want to.
Yes, ma'am.
Other people, everybody will have a chance to speak that wants to speak, but I don't
Yes,
want to interrupt Dr. Gray when he's responding to Commissioner Chinian.
I appreciate it. So just to be precise, we had a teacher who was qualified to teach first grade, and we had her. She was teaching, or she was going to teach kindergarten. She had to get that documentation. So she did it, and we were in communication with the school system while that was happening. She completed it. We sent over her scores. She's good to go. In that school year, so she's ready for the next school year. The next school year comes. The data is the emails, the practice scores are in city schools' hands, and they're sending out letters telling parents to take your children out of NACA. And I was not copied, the principal was not copied, and that would be a professional courtesy that we be copied. We received no communication. It was that some of the parents went to some of our staff and said, hey, you guys need to do something. We're being told to leave, and some parents had left. So we then asked, once we got it all straight, city schools finally, the emails trail will show you. They say, you know what, you're right, we made a mistake. Sorry. And we're like, well, we just lost how many students? 9,000 per student. How are you going to make us whole? No comment, no response, dead zone. And so, again, the damage that is done, it's out there, and that hurts our enrollment. And you're going to have a similar argument when we come up for NACA 2's renewal this time next year, because there was all of this stuff about NACA 2 having these problems that after much research and money spent, unsubstantiated, not true. And so this is why you hear things like, you know, something is strange about what comes our way. There's so much crazy stuff, and then we always push it back, and then the truth comes out, and here we are.
We have some additional questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner
Yes,
Bondima?
ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Gray,
Yes,
how are
ma'am.
you?
I'm fine, yes,
good.
ma'am, and yourself?
If I'm not mistaken, the last meeting when you spoke about letters that went to the parents, telling the parents to take the students out,
Yes, ma'am.
you were going to show us those letters.
I can pull it up on my computer. Again, our attorney said, they've seen it, they said, hold it, because depending on where things go, we're gonna, you'll get it in another setting. But
Okay,
I do
because
have
I
it,
was looking
and
for that.
I will be happy to stay after tonight and show it to you. And I'll just say this, that is not a part of, that discussion spun out of our time back there in, I think it was the pre-Thanksgiving
No,
time.
for
But-
public relation purposes.
Yes, ma'am.
When you said that,
Yes, ma'am.
which we listened,
Yes, ma'am.
and I'm always one that like to hear proof or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was a month ago or more than that. I was expecting to see some of those letters that came from the city. Not tonight,
Okay.
but I would have expected
Yes,
to see
ma'am.
that sent to the office.
Again,
so we could see that.
and what I did, Dr. Bondima, I checked with council, and council said, since this matter of people, of our students being peeled away and our enrollment declining, since that was not a part of the 8 pages from staff recommending closure, he said, don't bring that forward right now, but we do have it, and we'd love to have conversations where we don't end up in any kind of litigation.
We can
and all
honestly
of that
say
stuff.
we've never, literally have never seen a letter go to any school where parents are instructed to take their kids out of a school. So
Well, yeah, it's incredible.
Well-
NACA has some incredible stories, and thank God we have the documentation, or thank the Cosmos. Sorry, wrong setting.
other questions? Commissioner Lynn?
Yes, if Dr. Jones could come back up, I have a question. So there seems to be distrust with the school system, apparently on the appeal process, so I want to kind of let her elaborate. Dr. Jones, when you say that it would come through BCPSS, is it their words, and we're not changing anything that they say or for their appeal, correct?
It's a technical appeal. So a couple of things. First of all, MSDE has been very clear that individual schools are not allowed to submit appeals. All appeals that are submitted have to be submitted from the LEA, the local educational agency. Having said that, what their appeal is focused on is the actual data sets. So what they're essentially saying is, if through your review of all of the data, you determine that there was, an error in the calculation, there was an error in like the data that may have been submitted on behalf of a student, things of that nature, that we're allowed to submit an updated data set. It's not a written appeal in the sense that you can make a case for why you think things should be different than what it was. So it's really intended to be a technical appeal for what it's worth. What we're doing is, as schools submit to us what their questions are, first and foremost, we're going back over the rules that were applied to make the determinations to begin with, because we have been provided with the technical manual that explains specifically how things were calculated. So there are some instances where we can address the school's question just by simply going back to the rules that were applied to make those determinations. There may very well be instances where there are legitimate data errors. We're using this process to vet those so that we can then submit those appeals on behalf of individual schools, or if there were something that we found that covered a group of schools, we would submit it on behalf of the group of schools. I'm just acknowledging that whole process is running its course now. We were made aware of this particular appeals process by MSDE right before the holidays. So what we did is we tried to go ahead and get everything lined up so that we could communicate to schools immediately and give them the time to actually go through that step. So what Dr. Gray is referring to is a communication that we sent to all schools across the district so that they would be aware of this, and we're in the process now of vetting those appeals and information from schools as it comes to our office.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing that BCPSS would be actually adding to the appeal or anything like that of that nature.
I mean, honestly, like, our full intent is we will keep a school informed around what's actually happening as we
Correct,
do the
yeah.
review. So if something comes through, we take a look at it and we determine that we don't think that it's justifiable for an appeal, we'll communicate that back to the school. I'm just acknowledging at this point, all of this is happening real time. So I don't want to speak prematurely around what impacts may happen. The things that we do know know is that MSDE has said that until they've had a chance to process all of those, the current ratings and determinations of CSI schools remain intact. And as we go through the process, we will be in communications to schools as they give us information, and certainly will inform staff, the board, everyone once we know whether there are any changes that get made from that process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Dr. Gray?
Just
Thank you.
on behalf of the Freedom and Democracy Schools and on behalf of my K through 5 or 4 through 7, the International School of Bangkok, Thailand, that's where I grew up going to school. We just appreciate, again, the opportunity to share, and we're going to keep doing the work of freedom and democracy. Last point, it's great news to hear that Dr. King's going to get another year, the respect for the name, and I ask that you also respect the man. Dr. King was at our home 2 weeks prior to his assassination in Mississippi. My mom was one of his colleagues. So respect the man, respect his colleagues, respect those children of colleagues who continue the work, and those of us who are educating the emerging generation to continue the work of freedom.
Thank you, Dr. Gray.
The next person who has signed up is Mr. Joseph Gordy.
Gormley, actually. Hi, I'm Joe Gormley. Gormley Jericho Bowman, Annapolis, Maryland. I'm one of the lawyers that Dr. Gray was speaking about, and he asked me to come here tonight to address specifically a certain part of the Baltimore City Public Schools renewal report on NACA, which recommended closure. It seems that the closure recommendation is based on a not effective rating in the operator capacity section. That simple not effective rating is based simply on several accusations of violations of law that are in fact false. I heard one of the commissioners say earlier on that evidence is important. Of course, as a lawyer, evidence is near and dear to my heart. And I believe all of you have been giving comments of my written memo that I put together assessing the contents of this report. There have been accusations that NACA consistently violated FERPA in the report. In fact, a conclusory accusation of it. However, there is no record that exists of notices of concern or other indications from the school system itself that NACA was ever violating FERPA. There's simply no evidence at all other than the conclusory statement in the report that NACA has consistently done so. No evidence, no determination by a court or any competent judicial body at any point that that law has been violated. It's a simple case of a false accusation. The same is true with respect to the FMLA accusation. Again, the report contains no evidence, no indication of any actual violation of law, and NACA never had any notice, opportunity to be heard, or other opportunity to address the accusations that it had violated FMLA. The same thing is true of Title I. Now, there is some email back and forth that we found in the records between the school, Baltimore City Public Schools and NACA with respect to Title I. There it seems to be primarily based on a disagreement about what the organization is that keeps original documents. NACA's position, of course, is that under federal regulations, a nonprofit organization such as NACA is the originator of these documents and so required to keep the original documents for a certain amount of time. As you'll see in the report that I submitted through NACA to the commissioners, NACA believes that it is in full compliance with this. Whether or not there is some argument that it is not, however, has never been addressed in any court or any competent judicial forum, and therefore, again, the statement that NACA has somehow violated Title I is, in fact, false. So, we can ask ourselves if we are fulfilling our mission to teach children as best we can and set the best example for them. And I would respectfully suggest to the board that the best way to teach our children is to follow the rule of law ourselves, is to do what we say we are going to do and follow the rules set forth in the report. Since NACA was only rated as not effective in one area, that is school operator, where the most weight applied is with respect to financial and management practices, where NACA received the highest possible ratings, it does not seem to be that the report is consistent. And because the report is not consistent and because the accusations of violation of law in the report are false, we would ask the board to disregard those aspects of the non-renewal report. And focusing on the verifiable aspects of the non-renewal report that show NACA has a highly effective rating from its parent community, that it has the highest possible rating with respect to budgetary and other operator financial concerns, we would ask the board to renew NACA's contract for the full 5 years. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Commissioner Lynn?
I just have one question. You spoke about earlier, what specific person or department were you referring to when you said you guys were in contact with BCPS? In an email.
In contact with BCPS?
You-
No, it's not us. We went through all the emails we could find that NACA had. Now, we have had one contact from BCPS.
Okay, so what is the
Well,
on the
if I could just finish my
BCPS
answer
side?
to your question.
Sure,
We've
go
had
ahead.
one contact with BCPS, and my client just sent it through to me today, and it's sort of strange that NACA is being recommended for non-renewal, because apparently now, from Mr. Burke, Associate Counsel at BCPS, he's saying that BCPS is providing, or wants to provide, NACA's charter applications to another entity called Latin Schools of America, LLC, and because the volume of communication between Latin Schools of America, LLC, and Baltimore City Public Schools is so great, they cannot yet provide NACA with the full set of correspondence and other information going back and forth there. But that's the only correspondence I have from my client right now with BCPS.
We have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I really don't know. The
Literally.
counselor just asked for.
I mean, because you're bringing this up, and we just want to know who were you talking to specifically.
Right.
But thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I think not. Is Tammy here? Tammy's in the hall. Can you go, Tammy was standing when I just went to the bathroom. Can you just see if she can come in here and comment on this? I need to pause on this. There's some, so, could you share that communication again?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
just.
she heard. Could you
Right.
comment? Do you know?
I can forward. You can send a copy back to the school district.
I need you to.
Yeah.
Everybody, calm down. Our office, chief legal counsel officer, because we don't understand what that. If somebody from her office is communicating something about Baltimore Latin, I just want to understand what that is.
That was just sent to me a few moments ago. So this is. I don't know what's going on here either.
No, Dr. Gray, please.
All I know is what's in there. I've just seen it.
Good afternoon, Board of School Commissioners and Dr. Sandelises. This communication appears to be a letter from my office, which is responsive to a request for information that was filed by Dr. Gray. And it simply provides notice under the general provisions article that we will need more than 10 days to collect the information.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were, because it felt like we were sort of mixing two different issues, but
Yeah, again, the only reason I brought this up was I was trying to give a full answer to whom we've communicated with, to the commissioner's
got it.
request. I don't want to bring up anything that's extraneous.
that's fair. So we'll leave that to the legal office to respond to the question that was posed by Dr. Gray.
Sure.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner Frank?
Sir, you made the suggestion that the recommendation for closure was based solely on these, what did you say, on the?
Well, from what I can see, Commissioner, in the recommendation for closure, whether the school is rated an academic success is rated developing an acceptable rating. Does the school have a strong climate is rated effective? The school follows sufficient financial management practices is rated as meets expectations, which is noted in the report as the highest
Right.
possible.
But I heard you earlier say that
The
it was
only
based
one-
solely on operations.
Well, that, again, we're-
And the staff district makes a recommendation to the board ultimately votes. So I don't know how you could know what's in my head when I act on the recommendation of the board.
Oh, no, again,
You
I'm
can't
talking about the
divine-
recommendation report, not about what's in your
You
head.
said the
sir.
recommendation to close was based solely on operations.
Okay,
That's not correct.
Are you suggesting, sir, that the recommendation to close was based on getting the highest possible rating for audit
I'm
performance?
saying it was based on things other Other than just operations,
Other than what's in the report, sir?
including academics,
So this
yes.
is not an opportunity for council to question the board.
Yes.
That's fine.
I'm just stating for the record that academics is part of the decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Tammy, thanks a lot. Okay. Our next guest is Lucian Hawkins. Fair enough. Because we received some criticism for letting people go overtime, I just want to state for the record that they have both signed up separately. So
Yes.
Lucian, you can speak first, and then Danny, you can speak after she's done.
Yes. So, let me see if this is, okay. So it's working. This evening, I represent the most recent generation of NAC educators. I represent passionate, mission-oriented, professional, and highly qualified teachers. We are mentors, data evaluators, problem solvers, intervention developers, and implementers. This is my first year at NACA. Although I was not aware of this recommendation for the school closure, but we chose to relocate our roots from Missouri to here because we have been touched by lives that are very valuable at this community. My husband and I have experienced transformational power of education. We both overcame homelessness and extreme poverty through the power of education. And these are experiences that we share with many of our students. So there was a caring teacher who showed me that I could learn and I could be successful in school and life. She showed me that education empowered me to overcome the limitations of my environment. That sweet old lady, a teacher, inspired me to believe that my journey to my doctorate degree at Johns Hopkins University was possible, that I could achieve success beyond any dream that I had ever had before. At NACA, there are others like me who wish to pass on to our students, our transformational experience with education. Many of our scholars believe that their lives and futures are already determined by the limitations of their environments. Every day at NACA, we exist to pass on the gift we were given, to facilitate learning experiences through culturally relevant, rigorous, student-centered, data-driven, and innovative instruction. At the new NACA generation of educators, we would love to be given a chance to show our abilities, to not be just limited by what has been, what came before us. The NAC of today, if given the new opportunity, we will definitely no longer represent the limitations of past or as people for and here right now, all of us, we are all people for responsibilities and love for education and for children. All of us, I believe, we all have in common the belief in the growth mindset, in which we learn from mistakes, we look for ways to solve problems, and to achieve a performance that is superior and better than the one before. That is my mission. That is my passion. That is the passion of my other colleagues. Okay, this is the last thing of it. We now have an action plan. We have new qualified teachers. And we are making the changes that were recommended. And we humbly request, on behalf of our students, your support and longer opportunity to show our abilities.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins, we're glad that you're able to be here tonight. We understand you weren't able to join us last time.
Yeah, well, I joined you online. I watched you, and I saw my son in front of the camera acting silly. And I texted her, our son's being watched.
He was napping.
Okay.
Okay, you're up.
Go ahead.
Okay, so as my wife said, we relocated here about 6 months ago, and we were looking for opportunities. We found NACA through Indeed and on your district website. I had no idea that there's a recommendation to close charter schools. That wasn't put on the website.
It was not a knowledge of how this thing works.
We weren't even aware of that. However, what we were drawn to was the freedom and democracy movement that predates NACA. NACA's been here, 14 years? But this is from the civil rights era that was founded by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., his mother, that in the U.S., in the state of Missouri, we implement the same program through Head Start. That started from the freedom and democracy. I can't speak for the past. I did look for FERPA violations. I didn't find it online through the Federal Privacy Office. Title I, that's serious. The board's right, and the board is right. You're required to send a federal form out. That's federal law. But I'm looking and say, look at the new generation of educators that were hired, that are backed by Johns Hopkins, Princeton, Columbia University, and Temple and Stanford. These are new educators pursuing their research that is being implemented. We're not talking about new technology. We're talking about using research-based, data-driven, student-centered strategy and curriculum, and using technology as a tool to implement that. We're not talking about recreating the school district. So I'm asking, we're talking about impacting based on what we know that works. That education is not just an art, it's a science. The art, you deal with the relationship, but the science is the teaching, the curriculum. And in science, we use evidence-based research that's proven and that's been peer-reviewed. We do that research. Our educators now do that, and it's being implemented.
And we know that we share the same vision with the rest of the district,
There's,
because that is their vision
it
as well.
shouldn't be us versus you.
It's
And
not.
we're new. It's like a ship that's sinking and on fire, and people are saying, get off. We're one organization, one school district, and we're all here for the same people, the students and their families, and it's hard. You're talking about, I know my time expired, you're talking about communities, and nobody wants to make that decision. That's what I recognize you guys. I wouldn't want to be you. Well, I really wouldn't, because you know you're going to have to make decisions that people don't like. But I want you to see what's happening now, this year, and give us a chance. If that means probation, do that. Thank you, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Any questions for Lucian or Danny? Thank you very much.
I do appreciate you guys.
Our next guest is Sheila Slade Lee.
Good evening. May I hand these papers, please? Thank you. I wasn't sure of how many people was at the board meeting, because it's been a long time since I've been here. The last time I was here was in 2007 for my son. So it's now 2019 and I'm back.
Go ahead, you're up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm here because back in 2007, I needed my son to receive the appropriate education for his needs, and he wasn't recognized at his school, even though I pointed it out to him, had him tested, and all this information, and I had to come to the school board, and I received the help that he needed, and he's at the appropriate school. Now, my son has turned 18. He is still in school, and he is recognized as an adult. but my son does not have the executive functioning skills or cognitive ability to act as an adult. He has been evaluated by Baltimore City school psychologists, and at the time I'm applying for guardianship of my son, and the school psychologist refused to fill out the form. If you look at the packet that you received, you see the emails where the school psychologist was emailed and requested to fill out the form. And her answer was, "I'll get back to you after discussing it with my supervisor." But she still, as of this day, has not gotten back to me or my lawyer. Her supervisor, who is the supervisor for the psychology department for Baltimore City Public Schools, sends a letter, and she states, "We test students solely for eligibility for special education services and do not touch upon issues of parental fitness or family life." And if you look at the form that the psychologist has to fill out, there's nothing on there about the parent. Nothing. So why are these people who have evaluated my child, who still states that my child belongs in this special education school, refuses to fill out this form? Why? And they did the evaluation. The form says the person that evaluated the child. And it says the information that's needed, whether the child can make decisions about health care, food, clothing, shelter, or property, all of which my son cannot do. So I like an answer. And I want the forms filled out.
Mr. Conley?
Thank you. Our executive director for special education, Dr. Deborah Brooks, is standing in the doorway right behind you, and she will talk you through your concerns and come to a resolution.
Okay.
She's right there.
She's
So
right
you
be-
want me to
she's right
start
behind you.
talking? No, you can finish.
No,
We just
oh,
wanted you to-
I thought we,
Your time was up.
no, we
my
thought
time
you,
is not up.
no, we thought you were done because you were asking for a
no.
resolution.
Yes, and also on the form, if you look at, I included the psychologist's certificate. There's nothing on there about the parent. So why would she make such a comment in her email response? That was inappropriate and not professional, period.
So I'll just,
And I'm not mentioning names, but I surely do want to.
so it's appropriate that you don't mention it here because we shouldn't
I
discuss.
signed a waiver.
No, no, what I was going to say, though, it's appropriate that you don't mention it here because we shouldn't discuss personnel at the board level. But it will be perfectly appropriate for you to mention names when you talk with our Director of Special Education.
Okay.
She's right there, and she's going to talk directly with you, and we appreciate that you bring this to us, and if you don't get resolution, you come back here and make sure we know about it, because you should get a resolution to this problem.
Okay, and I want to tell you, check your records, 2007. You'll know I'll be back.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
No, I'll be
That's,
back.
you should be back. This is,
Yeah.
you shouldn't have, this is not good.
No.
So, if you don't get what you want, you come right back and tell us.
Thank you so much.
And if you don't want to wait till the next board meeting, you can email the board office, because he'll give you his card, and if you contact him, he'll let us know.
And Dr. Brooks is right there waving her hand.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm sorry, Dr. Brooks is right there waving her
Okay.
hand. She'll talk to you right now.
Okay, and I just wanted to say, back in 2007, the school board helped me to get what my son needed, but it's all different people now since 2007. So I'm only coming tonight because I'm coming in response to the email that
Fair
was
enough.
received.
You can come as often as you want. Fair
So,
enough.
Oh, I know. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Our last speaker for public comment is Bria Ham.
Hi, I'm back. Hello, my name is Bria Ham.
I am a fifth-year teacher at MLK School. I currently teach 3rd and 4th grade math. On December 18th, I gave you all my background story of how I have moved with my scholars for the past 4 years. By moving with my scholars, I have had the opportunity to not only support my scholars socially and emotionally, but academically as well. As previously stated by Ms. LaBar, my 3rd graders had the highest A&S scores in our network and 2nd highest in the district. I feel that the relationship that I have built with my students and their families has been able for me to enhance their academic success. I also feel with the close, small community that we have at Dr. MLK School has also helped all scholars achieve academically. In November, our school was originally recommended to close. One of the main issues was due to facilities and the cost it would take to repair our building. If the district is not willing or unable to pay, I ask that you allow us as a school within that year the opportunity to raise our own profits to fix our school.
You're okay. If somebody
I'm
has
sorry.
a phone, if somebody has some kind of audio machine in the back, please turn it off.
We are very good at fundraising, and I feel that our fundraising efforts will not go unnoticed to try to support ourselves. I agree that all schools should be high quality and give us the chance to find the means to reinvest in our school as a measure of reform, as opposed to merely shutting it down. Our students deserve a space that is safe. Our students deserve the best, and they also deserve consistency. When we speak or think about student wholeness, we speak about not only providing students unique experiences with their physical lives, but their social, emotional lives as well. I believe that if our school closes, whether it is this year or the next, it will still expose our scholars with another experience of trauma that we as educators try to prevent daily. I ask that you allow the Dr. King family to stay open and stay together. Allow us the chance to support ourselves and our community and fix our school. Allow us the chance to make amends. As our namesake, Dr. MLK once stated, faith is taking the step even when you don't see the whole staircase. I ask that you all have the faith in our progress and our dedication and help us keep our school open and keep us together forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. I'd like to ask if there are any additional items based on public comment that the board wants to pull from the consent agenda? Sure.
So for 8.07 and 8.08, 8.07 and 8.06, they're the exact same thing. I was just wondering.
No, they're
if,
not.
are
One
they
is about the
different?
building, and one is about, there's a recommendation on the school, and there's a recommendation on the
Thank you.
building. They're
I just
not-
wanted to clarify.
They're not the same. For the record, I had the same exact question that I asked before the meeting. I was completely confused. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have two separate votes. First, I want to call for a motion to approve items 8.01, 8.02, and 8.03 on the consent agenda. They have not been pulled for questions, but those are items on which Student Commissioner Lynn is able to vote, and then we'll vote on the procurement items, and then we'll proceed to the portfolio and charters. Can I have a motion to approve items 8.01, 8.02, and 8.03? Moved by Commissioner Lynn, second by Commissioner Bondima, all in favor. Commissioners Lynn, McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. Can I have a motion to approve procurement items 13.01, 13.02, 13.03, 13.04, 13.05, and 13.06? Moved by Commissioner Hassan, second by Commissioner Richardson. All in favor. Commissioners McFadden, Hassan Bundima, Chinia Kashani Reed, Frank Berkeley Richardson. Motion passes 9-0.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
on the first three, on the 8.01, 02, and 3, it should have been Commissioner Lim voted, so that was 10.
So I misspoke. The vote on the first three procurement items was 10-0, not 9-0.
Just for the record.
Yeah, no, it's, my bad. Okay, next up is, let me get my documents together here. First item is item 8.04. We have had, we are not going to have a presentation on the Da Vinci Collaborative Charter Application Appeal because we've had a lot of information from them, from us, from them, from us, and so we're going to start with the script, and then there's a moment in there where there is a chance for people to ask questions. I know I personally have another question, so are the Da Vinci people, can you raise your hand so I can see where you are? Okay, so when we have questions for you, if there's no questions, then we'll just vote. If there are questions for Angela, she'll come up. If they're for you, you can come up. Fair enough? Okay. What?
I was just going to ask to clarify what you mean by script, so that the people understand that we haven't decided these things yet, but there's a state law script, if you could.
Yes. This is going to sound very scripted. It's because there's a prescribed script that we have to use for the votes of these kinds. So that's why it's going to sound as scripted as it is.
But it doesn't mean the outcome is decided.
Doesn't mean the outcome's decided. You'll hear when we move to accept or reject the CEO's recommendation, then we take the vote. If the vote doesn't pass, then we get a new motion. So bear with us. So Angela?
Okay, so I'm Angela Alvarez. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of New Initiatives. Good evening, everyone. So I just want to reiterate, at the December 11th meeting, we shared the CEO's concerns. We're just going to, the script starts with listing those concerns. So all of those original concerns were on the record. Additionally, the CEO conducted a review with input from staff, including academics. That's also part of the record. So I just want to make sure there's a full record of context on what the concerns were. But in particular, there were fatal flaws found in the application. That Da Vinci does not have an effective plan for implementing its curriculum in terms of teaching resources, such as professional development and ongoing training and planning time for each component. Da Vinci does not have a cohesive approach to teaching and learning and does not resolve tensions between approaches. Da Vinci does not plan to prepare teachers and students who are using blended learning, an inherent component of its application. Da Vinci does not have a plan for recruiting staff to implement sheltered instruction. Da Vinci does not have a plan to support teachers in developing and monitoring personalized learning plans. Da Vinci does not have a clearly defined academic plan and approach to instruction. Da Vinci does not plan to implement its plan with fidelity. Da Vinci does not have the necessary basic understanding of its target population and teaching and learning to operate a school. Da Vinci's responses, which continually assert either that elements of the application are just a draft and or that they are not fully committed to all elements of the plan, cause into question what they intend to actually provide and implement. The full report that goes into detail about these concerns as part of the record is on board docs for both of those reports. So it is for the reasons that I presented on behalf of Dr. Sonia Santelises that the recommendation in light of the applicant's responses to the questions posed in the state board's decision is not to approve the charter for the Da Vinci Collaborative High School.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
So at this point, I'd like to ask board members if you have any questions.
I'm
Commissioner
sure I
Frank?
just have a procedural question. So this is an opportunity to ask questions. Is there an opportunity to give an opinion at some point? in terms of the
This
voting?
is it. This is your moment to speak.
So
If
this
you have
is-
an opinion, you can do
Right,
it, you
so-
can express it. If you want to ask the charter applicant a question, you can do it. If you want to ask Office of O&I, this is the chance to speak on this subject. Once we vote, we're going to move on to the next school.
And so the voting is, there won't be an opportunity to do it as we vote, is that correct?
No.
Okay, I just want to understand the process. All right, so I was in support of the application the first time. I have enormous respect for the staff and the amount of time that went in and the thoughtful reply. I did find the response by Da Vinci as comprehensive, cogent, and persuasive for me. I will admit I am a non-educator, but I found that Da Vinci spent a lot of time on the original application. I think they were thoughtful in their most recent reply. And in my view, the staff analysis was particularly negative and found nothing positive in the initial application or the response. So it's hard to go against that, actually, because as I say, I'm not someone that can judge a lot of the technical aspects of it, but I do feel this is a school in a certain location that has value. It's an imperfect application, as I think they all are, and I will, again, at the appropriate time, vote to approve the application.
Other questions, comments? Commissioner Chinia?
Mine is not a question either, just a couple of comments, and just still concerned that I have. One, in reviewing the responses that we received, I still have a couple of issues, mainly around the use of some of the strategies. For example, the sheltered content instruction and the SIOP, and even in the presentation, there was discussion that there was a member of the staff who was familiar with this and using it. As I reviewed the strategy and the model, it really indicated that it required professional developers who were certified by that particular program. So I guess one of my questions is why we would use a program and not use the actual professional development and the developers that the program requires. And then also the comment around having it available if students should actually come and need it. And this is Linda's opinion, I would think in designing a school, you would design it with the feeling that all students will be attending, and so that you would have everything in place for anyone who might attend, not wait until the students actually get there to then begin to prepare for the particular strategy. So those were just things that, for me, are still questionable.
Actually, if Ms. Luce, I have a question for you. She wasn't posing it as a question. I do have a question, so if you could, I'd like to. So I have a couple things. One, as I did in December, I mean, I think there are some things about which we can agree to disagree. As in December, I don't agree that it wasn't appropriate to ask about professional development. So I went back and read every single document, the original application, the original response, and so on and so forth. And the July letter talks about teacher resources such as professional development, ongoing training. So it defines it. You feel that since the state didn't use those specific words, that it wasn't appropriate for us to ask about professional development. I feel like when you're talking about teacher resources, they're the main resource in a school, and when you're asking about how you're going to provide the teacher resources, it just followed logically. So for me, you don't have to, you've responded articulately. I agree with Commissioner Frank. I appreciate the time that Angela and you and everybody's put into this. So I just wanted to note it because I was like, it's okay. You provided the plan, so just let it go. My opinion. There was one thing in the follow-up response that did confuse me. I took issue the first time we talked, and the dates are all messed up for me now, because I felt, really wanted to say over and over again, which I did, that charters can't target a neighborhood. Like, I know there's a certain percentage in the revised law, but you guys were, your original application was pretty clear that you're in Southeast, you want to attend, you want that population, you're trying to reduce overcrowding, none of which is what charters are for. Like, that's not what they're about. They're citywide, everybody can apply to charters from across the city, so I took objection to that in the first place. In the subsequent responses, there's not much about that, so, okay. In the original application, though, there's a lot of comments about targeting and expectation that you have large numbers of English language learners. And your strategy for that, among the different strategies, is now I have to look up, because I want to make sure I get this, don't misuse the SIOP.
Right.
Okay? Structured intervention.
Sheltered
Instruction.
Sheltered instruction observational protocol.
There you go. I didn't want to say the wrong thing. SIOP. But then in your response to us saying, our comments about it, you say, but that's not really part of your overall strategy. You're only going to employ it if there's sufficient English language learners to warrant it. But your original premise was that you're going to have a lot of these students, so that it's just a point of confusion for me. If you could just clarify that for me, because on one hand, I thought you were saying you anticipated having large numbers of these students,
Right.
and you're teeing yourselves up to be able to handle it.
Right.
You had a staff that you pointed out has this background, and on and on and on. And now you're telling me that it's not really part of your core strategy because you're not sure you're going to have enough of them to warrant that, and that
Okay,
kind of conflates
so
some
I
confusion.
understand your confusion. My point was that there was a list of 7 or 8 things, and the question was, how are we going to combine all of these things? PSYOP is a strategy for a special population. It is not a strategy, Travis will correct me if I'm wrong, for every student in the school, the way personalized learning is and the way project-based learning is. And that's where I felt like there was this big conflation of 7 different things that we mentioned to make them sound like, well, you have 15 balls in the air. There are other strategies that work for special ed students. Those would not be used for every single student in the school. English language learners are a special population. There are other strategies that we will use for gifted students, right? So you are right. We are targeting and we are prepared for English language learners. And I'm going to let Travis explain how that is. But the fact that we're using that doesn't make it a school-wide strategy that, in other words, every teacher, every certified teacher has to know something about English language learners and special ed learners, right? Nevertheless, that doesn't make every teacher in the school a special ed expert or an English language learner expert. Does that make sense?
It is. So I think that what was confusing is it almost felt like in your response, and I could be misinterpreting it, which is why I'm asking it, it almost felt like you were walking back from it.
No.
Because since the comments had been about insufficient professional development to say, for what's required to bring a person up to speed to be able to do this.
The teachers that will need that particular training will get it, and I think we were very clear about all of the possible times that they will get that through the several page.
I just couldn't tell because it would be, while there's been these numbers of iterations based on state questions, our questions, your responses, what we can't do, if we end up approving the charter, we will then have to be very clear about what we've approved, because there's some question about, are you hedging on with these different things now? And some of the answers gave me pause when you're like, no, this isn't really a core strategy. I'm like, well, I thought you said it was.
And to respond to Commissioner Chinia, I mean, we're not saying that we're not going to, it would be like saying, okay, well, we're going to train all of our teachers for 3 days on English language learners, and then, in June, we find out we don't have any. I mean, that would be a waste of resources. So we're not saying that we're not preparing for it. We are preparing for it in the event that it happens. But, we can't, we're not going to spend a week on something that's not relevant to our student population.
And I guess my counter to that is not knowing what the student population is and sort of given what sort of the parameters that you've given, I personally would just think that you would want to prepare people for any
And we have.
any
in that-
contingency,
in the
not
revised-
waiting. And that was the piece that just concerned me.
Yes.
The
We have
language
done
sounded
that
as
now.
though you're going to wait for students to actually show up. And I was also concerned about the training, because as I said, I understand you have someone who has done this, but I also, when I checked into it, there's a listing of certified, is your person one of the certified trainers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was not clear.
And I actually think we agree. I agree. Our team agrees, and I think that's reflected in the application. Even back to the original application, we knew that we couldn't target a particular neighborhood, nor did we want to. We agree that the school should reflect, we want to reflect the full diversity of the city. That being said, the founders of the team, the community members that came to us saying, we need another high school in this area. So that kind of helped us predict, it helps us prepare and guess, well, we can kind of assume we'll have this, percentage of English language learners, but we might not. We have to be prepared for any level of combination of those demographics. Many grant applications we fill out, it's very common to have to predict those demographics. So I think that confusion that Commissioner Castellani has pointed out in our response has to do with us trying to express that nuance of, we have a pretty good sense of what our demographics might be, but we are prepared to adjust. And one of the reasons for choosing PSYOP is that even if implemented, even if we only have a small percentage of English language learners, there are actually tangible benefits for all students because it makes content and skills, it's about comprehensible input, it's about lesson planning tools and a common framework for all of our teachers to improve instruction.
And any confusion about the target population comes from you explicitly stating that your target population is high school students primarily from Southeast Baltimore. It jumps off the page. So, but we've traveled miles since we've chatted about that. So I think we get it. We get it. Okay, so we'll proceed now. Yeah,
Anybody else
so
has any questions?
the CEO, just because it's been now a few minutes, the CEO's recommendation is not to approve the charter.
Here comes the script, folks. I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the application and supplemental materials provided by applicants, the responses to the 6 questions posed in the State Board decision, and the testimony by the applicant group given at the November 13 and December 11 board meetings, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Is there a second for that motion? Second by Commissioner Hassan. All in favor of that recommendation? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Reed, Berkeley, Richardson. All opposed to that recommendation? Commissioners Kashani and Frank. Any abstentions? Motion passes 7-2 to accept the CEO's recommendation and to not approve the charter.
$900,000 down the tubes.
So Angela, if you want to tee up the next, the full presentation, I assume you're going to go through it page by page.
I had actually suggested, I thought we were going straight to the school recommendations, not doing the preamble.
Fair enough.
Yes.
I think we've seen the preamble, I don't know, at least 7 times now.
Okay, good evening, everybody. So I'm going to skip some important context. It's it's online for members of the public to understand that all of these happen in the context of other work that's happening in the district. And so we're just going to head straight into the recommendations, just in the interest of time.
Angela, if you could pause, I've just been, we always acknowledge and allow members of our elected officials to say a few words. I've just been told that Councilman Pinkett is here. Just sort of hold that thought. So Councilman Pinkett, do you have something you'd like to share or say? So, I'm sorry, I Dewana told me and then I forgot.
Thank you. I almost feel obligated as an elected official to say something, but I just wanted to thank you for what I can only imagine is a difficult process. But thank you for your professionalism and your thoroughness in reviewing not just the recommendations as it relates to Gilmore and Penderhughes, but all of the recommendations that are before you this evening. Just thank you for your service for the city, and I appreciate you on behalf of the community and the parents of both Gilmore and Penderhughes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Pinkett. So Angela's going to say a few words, and then we're going to go to the vote. She'll make some comments about each school. Commissioner Chinia will follow a script for each one, and bear with us, there's a lot of them.
Before I go too deeply into the recommendations, I just want to be clear too that for these recommendations, as well as from the last presentation, they're developed through a collaborative process. So we have input from, particularly with the portfolio recommendations. On the behalf of the CEO, we work with, there's a lot of offices that put a lot of work into helping us develop these recommendations. This is complex, it's hard, it's never easy. I want to acknowledge that, the people in this room, whether it's from our traditional schools or from our charter schools, are doing hard work. All of our schools have good people in there that are dedicated to students, that are putting in that work. But what we're here to do is to make sure that the outcomes for students are being met. I want to acknowledge that this work represents the Office of Academics, Facilities, 21st Century, O&I, and many other offices. So I just want to be really clear that there's a full team that goes into these recommendations, and they're not coming from one office. And it takes a credible amount of work from those people. So the recommendation tonight for Gilmore Elementary represents work that we've done over the last year and months into this year with the community to develop this recommendation. And so this recommendation represents the Sandtown Planning Committee's recommendation. So it is to close the Gilmore Elementary facility. Under that recommendation, all of the students living in the zone, both elementary and middle grade students, will be rezoned to the William Penderhughes Elementary Middle School. Additionally, we're asking that the board surplus the Gilmore building to the city of Baltimore in the summer 2019. For all of the recommendations, the Code of Maryland regulations, or COMAR, require that local boards of education ensure at a minimum that consideration is given to the impact of a proposed closure on the following 8 factors: student enrollment trends, age or condition of school buildings, transportation, educational programs, racial composition of the student body, financial considerations, student relocation, impact on community and the geographic attendance area for the school proposed to be closed, or for schools to which students will be relocating. For each of tonight's closure and building surplus recommendations of traditional public schools, the board has received data regarding each of those 8 COMAR factors. The 2 schools recommended for closure and building surplus are Gilmore Elementary School in 2019 and Dr. Martin Luther King Elementary Middle School in 2020. The board is also considering an additional building to be surplus, the Dr. Roland N. Patterson Building in 2019. based on the considerations of staff recommendations presented in the portfolio report, testimony at public hearings, the content of the official record, and the 8 COMAR factors listed earlier, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the Gilmore Elementary School program close effective 2019, that the board approve the expansion of William Pender Hughes Elementary Middle School zone to include the former Gilmore zone, and that the Gilmore building be surplus effective 2019, and that the 21st Century Buildings Plan be amended to reflect the new surplus and date. And before I turn it over to you, just want to make clear, the original recommendation was based on what was happening with enrollment in the area, and that there was not enough enrollment to sustain 2 schools and offer the strong programming that all of our students deserve. And so I wanted to make sure that the rationale around the original rationale was shared. We will continue to work with the community under this proposal to redevelop what academics look like in the newly combined school if the board approves it, as well as to consider changing the name of the school to reflect both communities if the board approves it.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Any questions for Angela on this recommendation? Commissioner Chinia?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the portfolio review report issued on November 13th, the testimony given at the special session and public hearing, the contents of the official record, and the 8 COMAR factors, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Richardson, all in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Berkeley, Richardson. Any opposed? Abstentions? Andy, which one are you voting for it, against it, or abstaining? So we're going to vote again. We've got a motion and a second to accept the CEO's recommendation. All in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. Thank you. Angela?
Okay, so on November 13th, when we originally announced this recommendation for Dr. Martin Luther King Junior Elementary Middle School, it was to close in the summer of 2019. That recommendation has been revised to reflect that the recommendation is to close the program and surplus the building in the summer of 2020. The Dr. King building is ranked 7th in terms of repair costs for work over the past 2 years. It's a facility has serious building issues. Its site location contributes to the continuing maintenance problems with that facility. Additionally, the MLK program has low enrollment. It is one of remaining of 8 remaining middle grades programs that has just around 100 middle grade students in the middle grades part of it as an elementary middle school. And so we've had a lot of meetings with the community. Under this recommendation, we would continue, if the board approves it, to work with the community in a similar fashion as we did in the Pender Hughes Gilmore community, to really re-envision what education would look like if the board approves combining Dr. Martin Luther King School with Edgecombe School, as well as doing some work between Pimlico if the recommendation is approved. So I want to be clear that would continue, as well as figuring out how to maintain the legacy of Dr. King and respectful of that history in that process if you approve this tonight.
So before you read the script, I want to clarify that when we voted on the Gilmore, as it relates to tonight's consent agenda, you were simultaneously voting on items 8.05 and items 8.09. It's the program and the building. So when she reads the script now and we vote, we're voting on items 8.06 and 8.07. Those are the only two where there's both a program and a building involved. Go ahead, Angela.
So based on consideration of staff recommendations presented in the portfolio report, testimony at the board special session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the 8 COMAR factors listed previously this evening. It is the recommendation of the CEO that the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary Middle School program close effective 2020. That the Edgecombe Circle Elementary Middle School zone be expanded to include the former Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. zone, that the building be surplus effective 2020, and that the 21st Century Buildings Plan be amended to reflect the new surplus end date.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Any questions for Angela, comments on this particular one? Commissioner Hassan?
I just want to reiterate that regardless of what the end decision is of the board, that I believe that it is personally my position, and I believe the will of the board, to maintain the name somehow, someplace, so for the community. Just to be very clear that I don't know how my colleagues are going to be voting, but that the name Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary Middle somewhere in this district should remain.
My comment on this one is we learned a lot from the Sandtown, Pinder Hughes, Gilmore process. Among the many lessons is that the process matters. So there's a lot. I'm looking at the face of the really great teacher, Ms. Ham, as I say this, because I think that there's a lot of work and conversations to go into this consideration, preparation of the other school, hearing from the people at Martin Luther King. And so this isn't like a pro forma vote. There's a reason that we're doing it. So all the people that want to have a role in this process, please engage in it, because it really does matter.
I want to say something.
Commissioner Bondima?
Yes, I'd like to also make a statement because the school, I hold that school dear to my heart. I'm very familiar with the Park Heights community, all of the Park Heights community. I am very impressed with the academics at that school. I'm impressed with the teachers and the administration. And I think we all look forward to the good work that's going to come when the school is reorganized at another school. And I hope that you take advantage of the fact that you have qualified and professional people on the board and staff and in the community that will be willing to come in and help. And I look forward to the school doing better when they move forward. Okay, I just want to make you understand, when you mentioned before that we don't know the community, I know there are people here who know the Park Heights community and willing to work with the Park Heights community. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chinia?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the portfolio review report issued on November 13th, the testimony given at the special session and public hearing, the contents of the official record, and the 8 COMAR factors, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Bondima? All in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0.
Before I move on to the next set, I just wanted to just clarify too that we're going to work with the school community on like a safety plan. So a lot of the concerns that people read into the public comment is part of what that planning process.
Yeah, that's
would
what the
involve.
process is for, is to address the concerns.
That's right.
Yeah, good.
Okay. This next section is just about the Dr. Rowland and Patterson Senior Building. So as Commissioner Kashani acknowledged, the votes prior took care of the Dr. Martin Luther King facility, as well as the Gilmore Elementary Building. What we're doing now, we're out of COMAR. This is about updating the plan or Exhibit 6 plan. We're adding buildings to the surplus list. So Exhibit 6 is part of our MOU agreement with the city. It governs which buildings we will surplus back to the city and to our other partners, our MOU partners. And so annually, the board can make changes to that based on timing or other things that are happening in the portfolio. And so that's what this section is about.
And Angela,
in
Lake
our-
Clifton's not on the agenda tonight. It's not on any of the items on the consent agenda.
Did I say Lake Clifton?
That's the first one that comes up when we're talking about, that's
No,
the
I
first
mean
one.
Dr. Rowland and Patterson.
I know,
There's,
but
there's not Lake Clifton on there.
in our the presentation I just pulled up online is,
Okay. Just for clarification, the updated one was updated to 1802. So
I,
that,
when was,
So that, there's a clarification about that later.
okay,
that'll
I'm sorry,
clarify for the
I
public.
read everything I read when I read it. I didn't know that there was an updated version, so I have what I have, so.
Um,
Go ahead.
So we're asking that the board surplus the Dr. Rowland in Patterson building. It's a building that's has significant repair. KIP is moving out of that building. It's a building that houses KIP, so when they move out, we will no longer have use for that building. It's one of the most, it has a lot of maintenance needs, and it's not a great building. So, based on the considerations of staff recommendations presented in the portfolio report, testimony at public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the 8 COMAR factors listed previously this evening, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the Dr. Rowland in Patterson building be surplus to the city of Baltimore in the summer 2019.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Any questions on this item? Commissioner Chinia?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the portfolio review report issued on November 13th, the testimony given at the special session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the 8 COMAR factors, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Berkeley, all in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. We're now moving towards the amendments to the 21st century school building. So these are pure amendments to that a document that I just shared that was related to the other things. So these are just amendments. On an annual basis, the board can make amendments to the 21st century school buildings plan. The board will now consider recommendations related to the changes to Exhibit 6 of the 21st century school buildings plan. It is a recommendation of the CEO that the 21st century buildings plan be amended to change the surplus date of the Alexander Hamilton Elementary School building to the city from 2020 to 2021. Change the surplus date of the Claremont School building to the city from 2019 to 2022. Change the surplus date for Guilford Elementary Middle School building to the city from 2019 to 2021. Change the surplus date of the Lois T. Murray Elementary Middle School building from the city from 2019 to 2021. Change the surplus date of the Sharp Leadenhall Elementary School building to the city from 2020 to 2021. Change the surplus date of the Southeast building to the city from 2019 to 2020. Change the surplus date of the William C. March building to the city from 2024 to 2021. Note, this surplus pertains to the building only, not the land. City schools will retain the use of the land. Additionally, remove the Chinkaman building from Exhibit 6, the official surplus list. Remove the Garrison building from Exhibit 6, the official surplus list, and remove the West Baltimore building from Exhibit 6, the official surplus list.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Commissioner Chinia?
I move that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Frank, all in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. Commissioner Hassan?
With that passing, I'd just like to renew an appeal that I often make for the city and city organizations to work with communities and city schools so that as these days approach, we can help the community to ease into the transition by helping them understand what may be going into those spaces as we move forward.
Commissioner McFadden?
8.05 we voted on, which is why, so what's 8.09?
One was about
Because we just skipped over that one.
And I had said a few minutes ago that when we voted on the Gilmore, we were voting on both the program and the building. Same with MLK. When we voted on that, we were simultaneously voting on 8.06 and 8.07, which was this program and the building.
I got it.
It's confusing.
I got it.
No, it's cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just saw it 2 times.
Yeah, it confused us too. Angela?
Okay, so we're going to look at a proposed charter relocation that I referenced earlier. So we have KIPP Harmony Academy in accordance with charter policy IHB, as well as FCA. Charter school facilities and leases must be board approved. So this is about approving the lease for the new facility that KIPP is moving to. So KIPP is moving into the Walbrook facility. As stated before, the Roland and Patterson building is in poor condition and had experienced many problems with heating and cooling. The Walbrook building is in better repair, and the school would utilize it fully. So we're asking that the board approve KIPP's request to relocate to the Walbrook facility for summer of 2019.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Any questions on this recommendation?
Yeah, when you say fully, you mean that whole building, because it's been 2 schools in that building for quite a while.
Yeah,
So you're talking about one
Walbrook,
school?
I mean, KIPP is large, so they
Okay,
will
the whole
fully utilize
fully.
the space. Yeah, except for we will have home and hospitals located there, so we'll still retain those small, it's just a couple offices within that building, so we'll still have that. But other than that, they fill the building.
Any other questions? Commissioner Chinia?
I move that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Second? Commissioner Richardson, all in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson, motion passes 9-0. He was the first black superintendent of city school system.
Okay, we're gonna go head into the charter renewal section. So I'm gonna ask a couple of my colleagues to join me. Sorry, this is massive, so there's a lot of ins and outs, and there are a lot of pieces that we're trying to coordinate. So I just realized there are a couple of informational items that we'll come back to those. We're just going to skip to I'm going to come back to informational items.
On the Vanguard and
No,
all
we
that.
didn't- you know what, you're
It's
right, we
not,
didn't vote on-
and
we
again,
didn't-
none of it's in here. Vanguard's not in here.
Sorry, let's do
But it's not-
Vanguard first.
It's not here. It's not on the consent agenda. Vanguard's not here. It's not here.
Wait, is Vanguard's being voted on tonight? Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed
It's
to be
not
on the
the,
agenda.
it's not on the public agenda.
So we'll just have to bring it to the next meeting. If it's not on the agenda, we'll bring it to the next meeting. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
Because
we
this is
can't
just
vote on
about a timing move, so we can bring it to the next agenda. It's not an
Same with
issue.
St.
It's not
Helena.
Comar.
There's a couple in here. So there's Vanguard.
The other two are on the board agenda as informational items tonight because they're new.
Oh, okay. I think that's where it is. I think that's where Vanguard is.
Oh, okay. Okay. We'll treat it.
The future items, let's separate out as the 2 or 3 pages that it really is, because to have it be pages 35 and 36 and 37 in the middle of this other stuff, it's just too confusing.
Agreed, will do.
Vindicated.
All right, so we're now going to switch into the operator renewal process. So the operator renewal process for charter schools is it's a different process than what traditional schools go under. So I just want to be clear about a couple of things for the record. When you open a charter school, you get an increased amount of autonomy and flexibility over your program and over the resources that you receive in order to implement what the board approved for you to implement that. In exchange for that, you have a higher degree of accountability. So a consideration on whether to renew the life of a charter school or not is a routine part of what it means to be a charter school. It's what the operator is committing to. It is what they sign a contract to do. Our process is tied to the board policy, and the board policy requires that we look at 3 particular areas: student achievement, school climate, financial management, and governance. It's a complex process where we are looking at both qualitative and quantitative measures when it comes to schools. So it's not a single factor that's the deciding factor in all of this. Schools are complicated places, and that's why our rubric and our renewal process is designed to take in all of these considerations. So the performance on park assessments, the performance in climate data, what schools submit as evidence in their application, what evidence that they provide on the record, as well as what's happening with their financial management and governance. All of those things are taken into consideration, and is that totality that the charter and operator-led schools board is considering when they make their recommendations to the CEO. And then the CEO considers all of that when she decides on what the recommendation should be that goes to the board. So there's not a single thing. This is an evidence-based process. So for everything that we're saying on the record, we have evidence to substantiate what we're saying, and that evidence has been shared with the board. So it's in the materials that you have.
As far as the renewal rubric is concerned, after last year's process, we did engage in a stakeholder engagement discussion that led to a few changes in the renewal rubric. I'm just going to highlight those key changes again here as a reminder. The first and foremost is the highly effective instruction measure. This is a measure that is collected qualitatively from the School Effectiveness Review, that's the SER. For purposes of the transition around assessment data, it had been temporarily moved into the academic section. However, now that we have had multiple years of PARC, it has then been returned to the school climate section, which is where it was originally designed to belong. The second one is around the college and career readiness measure. In terms of the definition of credit for success, that success measure was revised to include a higher standard, which means giving credit for those students that actually earned a C or higher in the course versus simply passing the course. And then last but not least, for the chronic absence and suspension sections, formerly the definition for highly effective was that they actually had to have consistency over the entire course of the contract term around their ratings in that space. It was actually revised so that we could give credit for those that had achieved significant reduction in those rates over time. So again, those were all determinations that were made based on an extensive and stakeholder engagement process.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that part too, because there's been statements made about the consistency of the process, and we take that seriously. So we're always trying to balance having a consistent process with being responsive to input from operators, the charter and operator-led advisory board and other partners, and being also responsive to changes that are happening at the state level when we develop this process. So schools provide input into this, and then the board reviews and approves that process in public in a board meeting, and as was done here.
Just for the record, my name is Trevor Roberts. I'm a specialist in the Office of New Initiatives. Just to briefly go over the renewal timeline, the schools that are up for renewal this year submitted their renewal applications on September 6th, 2018. From September to October 2018, the Charter and Operator-led Advisory Board conducted their review of those applications. In November 13th, we presented the recommendations of the CEO to the board in a public meeting. And just a note here, you'll see a separate timeline for Banneker Blake. The operator of that school requested an expedited timeline for their votes, so that's why you see that separated out. On November 20th, there was a special work session to allow comments from school operators, and tonight the board will be voting on the recommendations.
So Green Street Academy is a middle high school serving students in West Baltimore. They have a highly effective and absolute performance for English language arts. For Park, they're in the 85th percentile of their economic disadvantaged group in Algebra 1, and the 100th percentile of their economic disadvantaged group for Algebra 1. They're in the 85th percentile for English language arts for the high school. And for middle grades math, they're in the 85th percentile. For that, they're effective in English language arts for middle grades, being in the 65th percentile of the economic disadvantaged group. Note that they're effective in all three of the key categories. They're effective in Park growth, which assesses changes in student achievement over time. In math, for middle grades, they're in the 79th percentile overall. In developing in English language arts for middle grades. They're highly effective in college and career readiness, which considers participation and success in career and college indicators. And they're effective in talented people, which measures how a school selects, evaluates, and retains effective teachers in the school effectiveness review. For charter renewals, so based on the operator renewal findings, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Green Street Academy incorporated to operate Green Street Academy be renewed for 5 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2019 and ends on June 30th, 2024.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Commissioner Chinia?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHB and administrative regulation IHB-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Hassan, all in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0.
Angela, can you click to the next school, please? Sorry. The next school being recommended for a 5-year renewal is KIPP Harmony Academy, operated by KIPP Baltimore. This school received effective ratings in the areas of academic performance, climate, and for financial management and governance. They received meets expectations, which is the highest rating available for financial management, and an effective rating for governance. Highlights regarding their performance include their Park performance, where they received highly effective for their absolute performance in English language arts for grades 6 to 8, where they landed in the 81st percentile based on their economic disadvantage group. And for math, grades 6 to 8, they were in the 88th percentile of their economic disadvantage group. And looking at their growth on Park, looking at the changes in student achievement over time, they were in the 66th percentile overall for ELA performance for grade band 3 to 5, and the 65th percentile for grade band 6 to 8 for ELA. They were also highly effective in math for grade band 3 to 5, scoring in the 86th percentile, and for math for the grade band 6 to 8, where they were also in the 88th percentile. As it relates to their ratings on the school effectiveness review, they received a highly effective rating in the area of vision and engagement, which measures the extent to which the school provides safe and supportive learning environment, cultivates open communication and decision-making with the school community, and establishes a school culture that embraces community diversity. Also, noted that they received a highly effective rating in the area of student, parent, and staff surveys, as well as in their cohort retention, which looks at the number of students who actually stayed at the school at least 2 years after entry.
So based on the renewal findings, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with KIPP Baltimore Incorporated to operate KIPP Harmony Academy be renewed for 5 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2019 and ends on June 30th, 2024.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Commissioner Chinia?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHB and administrative regulation IHB-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Bondima, all in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0.
The next school is Connections, a community-based art school. The school is being recommended for a 3-year renewal. They were rated developing in academic performance, effective in climate, and meets expectations and effective in financial management and governance. Some of the highlights is that the school is rated highly effective in absolute park performance in English Language Arts 10 in the 100th percentile in the economic disadvantage group. They were rated effective in Algebra 1 in the 78th percentile in their economic disadvantage group. However, they were rated not effective in ELA 6 through 8, being in the 37th percentile, and in Math 6 through 8 in the 37th percentile as well. They were rated effective in the 4-year cohort graduation rate, with 76% of seniors graduating in 2017 within 4 years, and rated effective in the vision and engagement measure from the school effectiveness review. They were also rated highly effective in cohort retention.
Based on the operator renewal findings, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with the Baltimore Teachers Network Incorporated to operate Connections, a community-based art school, be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2019 and ends June 30th, 2022.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Commissioner Chinia?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHB and administrative regulation IHB-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Hassan, all in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0.
So Furman Templeton Preparatory Academy is being recommended for a 3-year renewal. They're an elementary school. They have a developing in academic performance, effective in climate, and their effective meets expectation in financial management and governance. Some of the key aspects from the process is that they're effective in absolute park performance in English language arts for their elementary grades. They're in the 73rd percentile of their economic disadvantage group. In math, they're also effective in that area, being in the 67th percentile of their economic disadvantage group. They're developing in park growth, which assesses the changes in student achievement over time. They're highly effective in vision and engagement, a measure from the school effectiveness review, which measures the extent to which the school provides a safe and supportive learning environment, cultivates open communication and decision-making with the school community, and establishes a school culture that embraces community diversity. They're highly effective in cohort retention, which measures the number of students who stayed at the school at least 2 years after entry. Based on the operator renewal findings, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with FL Templeton Preparatory Academy Incorporated to operate Fermanagh Templeton Preparatory Academy be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2019 and ends on June 30th, 2022.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Any questions on this recommendation? Commissioner Chinia?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHB and administrative regulation IHB-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Hassan, all in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0.
The next school recommended for a 3-year renewal is the Green School of Baltimore, operated by Experiential Environmental Education Incorporated. It's an elementary school that received an academic performance rating of developing, climate rating of highly effective, and for financial management and governance, they received a meets expectations and effective rating, respectively. They were some of the key highlights for their data review and their application review indicate that they were developing in their absolute park performance in English language arts, grades 3 to 5, in the 52nd percentile of their economic disadvantage group, and not effective in math 3 to 5, scoring in the 44th percentile. They were considered effective in park growth, looking at performance over time, and ELA grade band 3 to 5 in the 79th percentile overall, and in math 3 to 5, they were in the 77th percentile. In terms of their fidelity to charter, they received a developing rating there. This is the particular component which considers the extent to which the school has fully implemented its mission and if the school has delivered high-quality programming for all student subgroups. There were gaps noted between the performance of white students, which represent 34.8% of the school's population, and their African-American students representing 46%. For example, in school year 17-18, there is a performance gap of 72.4 percentage points in math grade band 3 to 5 between their white students achieving at or above grade level at 75% and their black students achieving at that level of only 2.6%. That's where that 72.4 percentage point gap number came from. Looking at ELA grade band 3 to 5, the percentage point gap was 41.4, and that was noting that there were 54.2% of white students performing at or above grade level versus 12.8% for the black students. In terms of their survey results, they were noted as being highly effective in their student, parent, and staff surveys and in cohort retention as well.
Based on the operator renewal findings, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Experiential Environmental Education Incorporated to operate the Green School Baltimore be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2019 and ends on June 30th, 2022.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Comments, questions? I've got a couple. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Reed, then we're going to go to Commissioner Chinia, then we'll go to Commissioner McFadden.
I know people can't promise anything, but were there any statements in terms of the Green School saying they're going to work hard and arduously to compress that racial achievement gap? Because that disturbs me.
Yeah, so within their application, they talk about some of the work they're doing to address where they're seeing those gaps, particularly in math, as well as doing implicit bias training with their staff to get to the underlying areas that could be creating these challenges with their student population. They are a small school. Also, on the record, when they testified at the operator work session, they talked about some training they had done over the summer around this issue, so they're aware of this issue. It is something where they provided evidence that they're working on it.
Commissioner Chinia?
Yeah, my concern is the same one, and to the extent that the corrective actions could be formalized, I would really encourage that.
Yep,
Commissioner
agreed.
McFadden?
I concur with both Commissioners Reed and Commissioners Chenius. What I just wanted to comment on, in a predominantly African-American school system, I think that that school really has to do exactly what Commissioner Chenius just recommended, and that's formalizing a plan around addressing that racial inequity. And I look forward to, I believe it is policy IHB, which is coming up soon, to address charter schools, our charter school policy in the city. So it's very disheartening to see that gap, regardless of it being a small school or a larger school. It's a significant gap that needs to be addressed.
Agreed.
Commissioner Hassan?
I'll just take Commissioner McFadden's one step further and say that I will be voting against the CEO's recommendation because I don't think we should wait until we are up for public scrutiny to address disparities like this, that they just simply cannot happen in this district.
Commissioner McFadden?
There is a process currently that we have, and the rubric and everything that we have and laws that govern what we do. I want to stay true to that, but I appreciate that, Commissioner James Hassan.
The question I have, I concur with the comments. 72% achievement gap is extraordinary, is an understatement. If we approve a 3-year renewal, I know that they get a contract. Can it be codified in the I'm not a lawyer, I don't even know if that's the way you say it. Can it be stated in the contract? Can we
Yes.
have expectations about this? Because I won't be on the board if this comes up again, but, I mean, really. This is.
Yes.
Yes, you could make the motion. Go
I
ahead.
guess I'm following up to say, can that be added in the motion, the request for the corrective action?
Yes.
You can. Yes, since I'm making the motion.
Any other comments or questions on this school? Okay, Commissioner.
Revising are we going to amend the motion?
I'm going to make a motion.
She's
Yes,
gonna,
ma'am.
so we'll hear, I'm all ears. Commissioner Chin?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHB and administrative regulation IHB-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation and that the contract specifically provide criteria for closing the achievement gap. Thank you, legal.
Nicely done.
Do I have a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Richardson. All in favor? Commissioners Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Commissioners opposed? Commissioner Hassan, abstentions? Commissioners McFadden. Motion passes 7-1 with one abstention. If the Green School is here or out there listening, we're serious about this.
And again, I know before we move on to the next vote, I just want to thank the board for your leadership in amending the recommendation and drawing attention to the fact that what I can say in my entire educational career in one school, I have never seen an achievement gap at 72% in a mixed ethnic racial school and in the United States. Now, it may be in some other country, but not in my entire career. So I just want to say, and I think that this piece about that Commissioner McFadden highlighted in terms of the upcoming review of the charter policy gives us an important time to be able to review. And so I'm pleased that the board has drawn attention to the fact, and I look forward to the board's policy discussions around the impact of that level of disproportionality and charter renewal.
Commissioner Hassan? Commissioner Hassan, sorry.
Just that while we have that page sort of marked in the book for the record, I also would propose as policy chair that we actually have that as a forum to hear from the community what their input is, whether it's about 7-year renewal options, maximum number of 3-year renewal options. There's a lot of meat to this. So I would ask the chair now or in the future to consider making that one of our board work sessions.
Yeah, that's been a
forums.
good process for us, and people have responded really positively. So I would suggest you work with the board exec.
And also just to
Gant,
let
just to-
operators or potential operators know that there will be that opportunity
Yeah.
for public weigh-in in the
I think
review
that's a
and
good
formation
idea.
of the
I think
policy.
that's a good idea. Okay. Angela, thank you, everybody. Let's continue.
I just want to clarify for the record, there are certain statements that were made before I go fully into these. Each of the 3 schools that are recommended for non-renewal based on the state's rating system, which was released after we made those recommendations, labeled these schools as comprehensive support and improvement schools, which means they are in the bottom 5% of schools in the state. And so you'll see consistency with our findings, in particular in publications and on the record. There's been statements, Monarch has made statements about that their students will be going to worse performing schools. So I want to be clear, when you look at looking at the state's ranking, when we look at the students who attend Monarch, the zones that they come from, or the schools that those students are likely to go to if Monarch is closed based on the board's vote. When you rank those schools, there's 25 of them. Monarch is at the bottom. There are 23 out of the 25. So I wanted to be clear about that.
And also, is this in regard to Title I schools?
That is correct.
It's 5 Title I schools. Thank you for the clarification.
Correct.
There was a
Yes.
misstatement.
Correct. I do want to just clarify, though, in terms of comprehensive support and improvement schools, they can be determined based on their graduation rate alone, which does not apply in this case, or they're identified based on being in the bottom 5% of Title I schools across the state. So in this particular case, the 3 schools were identified based on their performance within that bottom 5% of Title I schools across the state.
Okay.
Additionally, there was a statement made about a meeting that the CEO had with the school operator. I was a participant in that meeting, as well as Dr. Brooks from the Office of Special Education. And Dr. Brooks, if you can hear me, if you can come forward, that'd be helpful. In that meeting, Dr. Santalisa shared with the operator that compliance in special ed wasn't the controlling or the sole factor that was leading to the recommendation. That is not the same as saying that they're not concerned in special ed. When I get into all the areas that go into the rationale, it's about outcomes for students and practices within the school. So that's different than saying we're only looking at this particular thing. It's a holistic look. So I just want to be on the record of clarifying that before I get into the recommendation. So Monarch Academy is located in Northeast Baltimore. It is recommended for non-renewal. They are an elementary, middle grades charter school. They have a not effective in the academic performance section of the rubric. They're developing in climate, and they're meets expectation and effective in the financial management and governance section. The school was rated not effective over on the academic section, as I just stated. They were not effective in 10 of the 12 assessment measures considered in that section. This means that the school was in the bottom 50% of comparison schools in these measures. In several of the measures, Monarch was at or near the bottom of the district. For growth in particular, which has the greatest weight in the renewal rubric, the school was not effective in 3 of the 4 measures at their school. In elementary grades growth, Monarch was rated not effective in math for grades 3 through 5, ranking in the 28th percentile of schools in the district taking the test, and not effective in ELA grades 3 through 5, ranking in the 32nd percentile. In middle grades, Monarch is rated developing, and ranking in the 53rd percentile of schools in the district taking the test, and not effective for ELA middle grades, ranking in the 29th percentile. In the absolute park performance, which compares schools to other schools with similar levels of economic disadvantage, Monarch was ranked 25th out of 31 schools in math grades 3 through 5, and 26th out of 31 in elementary schools grades 3 through 5. The school was also rated not effective in programming for students with disabilities. The measure of the renewal rubric that looks at the totality of special education programming at a school, including achievement and climate data for students with disabilities, the school's practices, including information in their renewal application, and compliance with state, federal, and district requirements. Over the past 3 years, students with disabilities at Monarch consistently score below their peers at other schools in the park assessment. For example, in the 2017-18 school year, the mean scale score for students with disabilities at Monarch was below the district for math and ELA in both elementary and middle grades. Rates of short-term suspensions of students with disabilities at Monarch are significantly above the district average, and chronic absence rates at the elementary grades are especially concerning, where the rate for students with disabilities at Monarch was 57.3% compared to 40.5% for the district overall. The audit conducted by the Office of Special Education Monitoring Compliance, which conducts its audit under the following the same rules as the state, as MSDE for compliance, found problematic practices such as missing or incorrect parental notice for meetings and outdated IEP goals. And Dr. Brooks, I don't know if you want to just add anything for the record.
Good evening, Deborah Brooks, Executive Director of Special Education. And so, as Angela Alvarez has said, that when we look at programming for students with disabilities, we look at in totality. We look at both compliance as well as results for students that are receiving special education and related services. And what we've seen at Monarch, whereas the compliance hasn't been egregious, but the programming for students and progress for students have not been making progress as well as their typical peers.
Based on the operator renewal findings, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Monarch Academy Baltimore Campus Incorporated to operate Monarch Academy be non-renewed, and that the school close at the end of this current contract term, June 30th, 2019.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Commissioner Chinia?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHB and administrative regulation IHB-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
I don't want to jump, but can I make a comment before? I thought comments came before the recommendation.
I erred. That's my error.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, so we're going to go back to that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, no, you caught me. I made a mistake. Are any comments and questions at this time? I'm very sorry.
I mean, this whole process with the renewal from Monarch was painful for me. Based on my background is trust the data, trust the process. And the back and forth between the two entities never could agree on the data, never could agree on the process. And it's like, what's going on here? I mean, I thought my life was like, it's never about politics. But this is a situation shows me it's always about politics. And I'm disappointed. I mean, I'm really disappointed that hopefully at some point there will be no tension. Everybody tempers their feelings and say, hey, we're working for the kids, listen to us. But there's no willingness to listen. And I'm talking to Monarch, and I'm talking to staff, because there's a lot of tension. I don't know who's right. I mean, but I trust staff because I know staff. I'm just meeting you guys. But the point I'm making is, we got kids with trauma, we got kids with PTSD, we got all kinds of problems, but the point is, end of the day, we want to do what's best for the kids. It's all about the kids. So let's try to get politics out of this, let's try to get the social dynamic out of this, and let's get the warfare out of this. I'm not saying how I'm going to vote, but I'm really disappointed in grown people in this process.
So I want to add that I've been involved in the charter process since 1997, before we even had a charter law. There was just new schools. And I've always gone about my business. I'm trained as an engineer and a finance person, so I'm a pretty rational thinker. I go about my business very carefully, methodically. I review everything that comes before me. I do the visits, I talk to people, I listen to people, and I was perfectly prepared and did approach this in that way. I appreciated all the testimony, the multiple testimonies. It all matters to me. I inadvertently came into possession of some communication that was not intended for my eyes, that was slanderous to this board. And I was appalled at the implications and the explicit statements about this board and our process. It was unforgivable. It doesn't factor into how I'm going to vote. I'm just going to say, for the public record, some people should be, it wasn't parents, some people should be embarrassed by the way they treated this board and the things they said about this board without any knowledge about how we go about our business. So with that, I'm going to ask for other questions and comments. Commissioner McFadden, I think you had a question or a comment.
All of that is certainly taken absolutely into consideration, but as I'm looking at the data points that we are currently looking at, Commissioner Reed, I juxtapose those with our policy. And currently, in our policy, number 3, letter C, it says, in exchange for this autonomy and flexibility, public charter schools accept higher levels of individual school accountability. And the board expects public charter schools to use that autonomy and flexibility afforded to them as a means of developing instructional and operational strategies that can accelerate improvement in student achievement and excellence. That is kind of guiding me right now when I'm looking at the state of affairs for our district. So to concur with what you're saying, and I understand that you feel like there is tension, at the end of the day, we're in a school system, and being a part of a school system means that, it's a public school system. There are things that govern what we do to make sure that our young people are growing at a part of what our board says as a mission and vision at high levels, that all of our young people are graduating or going into careers at the levels that they can be competitive globally. So I definitely understand what you're saying. At the same time, I'm looking at what currently governs our decision as a board and taking that all into consideration to make sure that no child in our city is not being served or is not growing. That's it for me.
I think we have a lot of questions, so I'm going to go around this way because I don't know the order. So I'll start with Commissioner Richardson, if you have a comment.
I do, and it is a comment. First of all, I visited Monarch, and I want to thank the team there. They treated me well today, and I really appreciate the tour that I received. This is not to say how I'm going to vote, but I want the public to know that as a board, we said to the CEO, if this school closes, what happens to these families? And we wanted a comprehensive look at, if you close this school, we're not sending them to schools that are underperforming. We want our kids to be placed in schools that are really good options. And so our staff responded to that, and they came up with a comprehensive plan for the families, for the 1,000 families that are at this school. So I want the public to be clear that this decision wasn't easy. I mean, I don't know how my fellow commissioners are going to vote, but it wasn't an easy process for us. We understand and I appreciate the passion and the energy of all of the staff at Monarch because they love those kids and you can see that. And the space is outstanding. It's probably one of the best school environments in terms of how the facilities look that I've seen in a long time. So I appreciate that. But I want to be clear that we are very, very interested in what happens to those children. And our staff did an amazing job at putting a plan together. The other point that I want to make, because I am a community development person, there are tons of other really good schools in that area. And to my friend Mark Washington, I understand the connection between school and community development. And I will promise you from the seat that I'm sitting in that we're going to get this right. And we're going to work with our school staff to do that for Colstrom, Homestead, Montebello, for Bel Air Edison, for all of the communities that are forgotten. We're going to make a commitment to connect schools and education and families to community development when it makes sense. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
And before we go to Commissioner Frank, I want to make sure I wasn't misunderstood. While we've expressed some concerns about the politics and the inappropriate assertions made about the board, I'm not frankly used to having my integrity called into question. You can call me many things, but I appreciate people not going there. This vote, and this is extremely important, and this is why we did the visits, and this is why we looked at the data, and this is why we asked 4 gajillion questions of the staff, is based on the rubric, the data, the policy, and not on all that noise. We were actually made a commitment to try to shut out the noise and focus on what we committed to in terms of our charter and our charter policy and what we were supposed to consider. So just so you're clear that when we vote, it's not about all the noise, period. Commissioner Frank?
Yeah, I want to add to what Commissioner Richardson said about the school and the teachers and leaders love the kids. That's very clear to all of us. And I think when we talk about these things, we have to talk in more strident ways than we want to. So when we talk about NACA, maybe we're talking in ways that people take it personally. It really isn't personal. It's our understanding of the data. When we talk about the Green School and the issues that the board expressed, about the Green School, we know there are parents and teachers and leaders that love their kids and they want their kids to perform and are doing great. So sometimes we might sort of focus on what's wrong with everything, but I think we understand it's a much more nuanced decision that we have to make. It's not all black and white. Sometimes it's presented that way, but we understand we're well in the middle of black and white. I would like to ask Ms. Alvarez, and I know you don't have this in front of you, but just maybe you can speak generally. There's 2 other sort of measurements out there about Monarch. One is our own school effectiveness review that was year 17-18 that was generally positive. It was a lot of green. And then there's the 3-star rating by the state. Now, can you explain how those reviews are different?
This may be a different Monarch.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Sorry, 2, yeah. Can you explain how those reviews are different or similar to the one that relates to the rubric and the decision to renew?
Yeah, so I'm going to start, but then I'm going to hand it over to Teresa. So the renewal process is based on looking at park performance based on our OAA's teams pulling their data. So we're looking at, for schools, sorry, that's not what you asked me. Let me you asked me about the school effectiveness review.
Yeah.
School effectiveness review is a 2-day site visit that's looking at practices in the school. Mm-hmm. So Teresa will give more context on that. The state's ESSA findings that gave ratings to all the schools in the state is a completely different thing.
Well,
and so it's not why the Charter Advisory Board made this recommendation, and it's not why the CEO made the recommendation. But it is interesting because we're all looking at park assessment data as part of the components, you're seeing some consistency when we're looking at schools that are at the very bottom. And so that's why it's worthwhile mentioning that not only did our review note that these schools are in the bottom in their performance, but so did the state's review.
So first, let me comment in terms of the SER. Keep in mind that because it is a qualitative review, it's intended to capture what's happening in the school by taking a look at three different things. There are classroom visits, there's a document review, and then there are actually focus groups involving various stakeholder groups. So in an ideal world, what you would reasonably expect to see is the practices that get captured in that SER show up in your quantitative data over time. We never see a complete one-to-one. There's for a variety of reasons. Again, partly because the SER in and of itself is a snapshot and because it's qualitative in nature. In addition to that, when you take a look at how the state has built out its accountability framework, which is what has resulted in these 5-star ratings, they tried to design multiple measures into a framework that wouldn't just be about assessment data, but that also would take a look at other factors. So there are intended to be school quality and student success measures captured within that. So it includes a more robust set of different measures that give us a different lens to how do we think about school performance. One of the things that has been challenging because of the timelines involved here is that, number one, the state's development of the accountability framework happened concurrent with the district having made decisions around what the renewal rubric was going to consist of. And so to Angela's earlier point, every year when we go through this renewal process, we go through our own stakeholder engagement process to determine what is it that city schools wants to use for that particular decision-making process. It just so happens that because this is the first year under the Every Student Succeeds Act that the state's accountability framework has appeared, that now we also have these ratings that the state has created based on a different set of data points. So some of it, in some ways, sort of validates, if you will, that some of the ways that we've been looking at school performance are consistent in sort of the assessment that you would see from the state, but it's not a direct one-to-one, partly because they've been designed with a different set of metrics and they are compiled into ratings in a very different way. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
And just to be clear for the record, the school effectiveness review is taken into consideration in the recommendation. It's part of the framework.
Did you have anything?
No.
Commissioner Bondima?
Thank you very much. I would be remiss if I didn't say something. For the 2 years that I've been on this board, this has been the greatest challenge that I have had. And I need to say that when people in the community look at the school board, they don't know anything much about the school board members, the commissioners. And what they don't know is many of these people on the school board came from communities just like I am one of you sitting out in the audience, okay? And I'm a Cherry Hill girl, so I said that before and I'll say it again so you know where I came from. And I look at all the information that we received about Monarch. I went to the campus, I visited, it was fabulous. The design, everything was beautiful for children. But you know what? As a parent of people, I raised children and got grandchildren, came up the same way most of you in the audience, community came up the same way. I looked at, would I send my child to that school? That's what I looked at. I heard the teachers say how much they love the children. I heard the children say how much they love the teachers, the love and affection that went on. But my concern was after I looked at all the environment and the academics at the campus, my great concern was after those kids leave the school with what they have gathered at the school, how well will they or how successful will they be? My question kept going over and over. Would I send my child or grandchild to the school knowing what I know about all the data and the information? Because, listen, I dug deep. I went deep on this, and it worried me. I was back and forth, just like Commissioner Reed, back and forth, up and down. What should I do? And the bottom line is, I don't know how I'm going to vote, but my great concern is the children, not the politics. And I want to say something. I was offended by the fact that I received on all my emails emails from all different people from the school, from the management, and they weren't very, very pleasant. people that I didn't even know came up to me, talking to me, and I'm on other boards. Board members asking me. It was really chaotic, and I was really offended by it. I've never seen anything like it before. So I want to say that we love the students, we love the teachers, everything. And the other thing that I was concerned with, why did you wait so long? What took you so long to come to this point? Because you've been in existence for a little while, and why are we at this point today? And I just don't understand that. And maybe there are answers somewhere, but I just don't understand it. Why this year? Why the year before that? Why did management change? And I looked, and I know Monarch have others built. They have other schools around the state of Maryland and D.C. Are they dealing with these type of issues? Why in Baltimore? All of those pictures and things that I did look at. So I just want to say that, and I would be remiss, like I said, if I didn't make a statement in reference to that. Thank you.
Other questions? I want to continue. I want to keep going around. Commissioner Lynn?
Good evening, everyone. Even though I am not voting, I still would like to say, as a student, this is very important. 1,000+ families are in jeopardy tonight, and we don't know how the vote of this how this vote will come out. But I would like to say that I have been hearing a lot about the fancy building and the nice building, the nice facility. But at the end of the day, when we look at the studies, what does the data show? And like Commissioner Reed said, if your education is not good, what are we keeping you for? And I'm just going to be frank that education is the key point. This is a school. A school is meant to educate. And if you're not effectively educating a student, what are you actually doing? And I think that that's what we're here tonight to talk about. And I agree that we shouldn't be putting in politics, but at the same time, a conversation should be held. A conversation should be held with the operator. A conversation should be held with the board. Because at the end of the day, we need to know what's actually going on. We don't just want to look at the data and be like, oh my God, cancel. We want to actually talk to you guys, and that's the process that we've been going over. That's the process that we've been contacting Monarch, and we've been doing the things. But like Board Chair Kashani said, I personally have, on my personal email, have been receiving vindictive and very, very troubling things, and that's not okay. This is not a process where you attack a student commissioner or any commissioners on this board. And I would like to say that that is very scary for any of the commissioners on this board, including myself. And I do think that we need to take into account, and I'm not saying that the whole Monarch community is like this. I'm not saying that I'm blaming Monarch, but constituents from your community have come into commissioners and sending emails that are not okay. But aside from that, like everyone said, they will be voting on what the actual data shows and how this school is actually operating. So I would just like to say that even though I'm not voting tonight, I really think it is very hard for the commissioners, and I'm glad I'm not in your shoes yet, but we have to do what we have to do at the end of the day to ensure that students in our city are getting the proper education that they deserve. Thank you.
Commissioner Frank?
As I said, I think I said maybe at the last, I know the chair of the board, Ms. Flowers. She has contacted me. It was just to provide information. It was nothing but respect. She was respectful of me. She acknowledged the hard decision we have to make. So I think we all have our experiences and our relationships with people from Monarch. Mine has not been reflective of the others. I don't dispute it, but I just want to say that it was a very good interaction. I want to thank you for that. I do want to ask a question, which I think if we were to vote based on the data right now ahead of us, it's not a hard vote in terms of purely the data. And I have to say, as I think somebody said earlier, we bring our own experiences. I come from an experience that had a really pretty big, new, shiny building, and it was failing miserably. And if we had been terminated at that point, we wouldn't have been given the chance to do better. And we're doing better now. And I say we, I'm talking about a school I was involved with when I was at Hopkins. So I want to ask the question, do we judge the ability of the team that is currently in place, which is not the same team that was in place the entire 3 years, to effectuate change and make, I'm asking the question, if that's part of an evaluation, can we make judgments about the team that's in place, the board that's in place, that is different today than was a few years ago? Is that part of our review?
So the board can consider everything that's put on the record. So Monarch has provided the board with lots of testimony, plans, documents. I will say that the operator has not changed. I know have done some changes within the staffing at the school and things like that. But the same operator has been in place. And there were concerns when they were renewed 3 years ago. And the performance is worse today than it was in that renewal when they got a 3-year renewal.
Are there any more questions? No. Respectfully, not at this point. But we have appreciated your participation, I will say that.
No.
So, if there are no more questions, and is it a new thought? I don't want to rehash.
No, it's not a reiteration. On to Commissioner Franks, I have a question. What is, you just said it's an entirely new board. I'm trying to understand, is the management board an entirely new board, or is it just the principals that are coming up, or?
It's the same operator for 8 years.
Thank you. I just wanted to know because he said new people. I just wanted to know who were the new people.
There's a new principal, and they changed their structure in terms of how they manage the school. So they have a chief academic officer role that they didn't have before. So they have some new structures in place.
Commissioner Chinia?
This is the rerun. I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendation and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHB and administrative regulation IHB-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Berkeley, all in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Berkeley, Richardson, all opposed? Commissioners Hassan, Reed, Frank, any abstentions? Motion passes 6-3. We're going to move on to Northwood Appold. Angela.
It sucks.
Angela?
Okay, so the next school that we're going to talk about is Northwood Appold Community Academy. They're located in Northeast Baltimore. They're an elementary charter school. They received a developing and academic performance and effective in climate and for financial management and governance. They were meet expectations for the financial part, not effective for the other part. The school was rated developing overall in the academic section of the renewal rubric, including being rated not effective in 3 out of the 6 assessment measures considered in that section. Again, this means the school is in the bottom 50% of comparison schools in these measures. The school was rated not effective in park growth and English language arts for grades 3 through 5, ranking in the 22nd percentile overall, not effective in ELA, grades 3 through 5 for park trend in the 18th percentile overall, and not effective in park absolute score and the 48th percentile for its economic disadvantage group. The school is also rated not effective in the governance and financial, in the governance section of the renewal rubric. This rating is based on serious challenges the operators had in meeting key requirements, including federal, state, and district requirements. The schools repeatedly placed the district's Title I funding at risk by not following federally mandated guidelines and district requirements. The school has done so in 2015-16 school year. The school failed to submit timesheets for their 2016 summer program for staff who worked under the Title I grant, a violation of federal regulations and district requirements. Due to this, the school had to forfeit portions of funding based on its failure to follow these requirements, putting the district's overall Title I award at risk. In the following year, in 2016-17, after which the school exited Title I status, the school failed to submit required documentation showing that targeted assistance supports had been delivered to schools and that title funds were being used for that purpose. All schools are required by federal regulations and district requirements to submit such documentation upon exiting Title I status to the district, as failure to do so could adversely affect Title I funding for the district. The school district is required to maintain these records. Staff in Title I and the Office of New Initiatives requested the documentation multiple times, and the operators refused to comply. These issues have continued into this current school year. The school was provided notice that they would be re-entering Title I status last year during the budget process that typically happens in February, March. The school failed to properly staff for Title I services, despite having a qualified candidate identified in August. Because of this delay in staffing, students at NACA only recently began receiving Title I services in December of 2018. Again, these violations do not just affect the students at NACA, but potentially put the entire district's Title I funding at risk. The schools also had a pattern of noncompliance with district requirements, which has resulted in the operator receiving 7 accountability notices over the course of its current contract, including one from the chief of staff, which is severe. The operator has also repeatedly violated the privacy rights of students and staff as detailed in the renewal report, which is also available on the district website. So based on the operator renewal findings, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with North Walpole Community Academy Incorporated to operate North Walpole Community Academy be non-renewed and that the school close at the end of this current contract term, June 30, 2019.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Questions, comments? Okay, Commissioner Chinia?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHB and administrative regulation IHB-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Second from Commissioner Richardson. All in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Reed, Frank, I'm sorry, it's Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. All opposed? Kashani? Any abstentions? Motion passes 8-1 with no abstentions. Angela?
Yep, the final school is Roots and Branches School. They're located in West Baltimore. They're also an elementary school, elementary charter school. They received a developing in academic performance and effective in climate, and does not meet expectations in financial management. They were effective in governance. This school was rated developing overall in the academic section of the renewal rubric, including being rated not effective in 4 of the 6 assessment measures considered in that section. Again, this means the school was at the bottom 50% of comparison schools in these measures. The school was rated not effective in PERC absolute score, ranking in the 9th percentile in the economic disadvantage comparison group in math, grades 3 through 5, and the 19th percentile in English language arts for grades 3 through 5 of that economic disadvantage comparison group. The school is also rated not effective in the governance and financial management section of the renewal rubric. This rating is based on a review of the school's audits over the contract term, which were found to not meet expectations. Charter operators are required to submit audits performed by independent auditors on an annual basis. Roots and Branches has had going concern notes in 2 of its last 3 audits. The inclusion of a going concern note indicates that the auditors found conditions or events that raise substantial doubt that the operator would be able to continue operations for a reasonable period of time. These raise questions about the school's continued financial viability. Based on the operator renewal findings, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Roots and Branches School Incorporated to operate Roots and Branches School be non-renewed and that the school close at the end of the current contract term, June 30, 2019.
Dr. Santelises?
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Commissioner Chinia? My bad again. Comments, questions? Commissioner Chinia?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record and the factors listed in policy IHB and the administrative regulation IHB-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Hassan? All in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan Bondima, Chinia Kashani Reed, Frank Berkeley Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. There were 2 items on the agenda for information and discussion. Which order should we, the order on the
Can we finish
agenda
portfolio?
is the increase in enrollment requests. Would you mind if we did the portfolio recommendations, new items, so that we can scroll back in here and pick those up?
Yeah, that'd be.
So if you just tell us what pages to go to.
I just need to be able to go to, it's slide 32.
So if you're following along on your device.
Cleo, if you can, I can't, it's not, I can, sorry.
So yeah, slide, it's the Vanguard, I think it's slide 32 is the heading page. There you go.
So this is just a vote about.
It's not a vote. This is.
This is informational item. Sorry, you're right.
We'll be voting on this at the next meeting. So
At the
this
next
is
meeting.
information to take under consideration now, so that we can review it at the
That's
next
right.
meeting.
Thank you. So the board had approved the relocation of Vanguard Middle School to the Northeast Building for January 2020. Mid-year moves are difficult for schools and they're difficult for students and staff. And so we're recommending changing the timing of that until summer 2020. Vanguard Middle and Furman Elementary School are currently co-located together in the Thurgood Marshall Building. Furley's building is currently undergoing assessment of structural issues, and the outcome of that assessment may have bearing on the school's eventual location and timeline. So I just want to note that on the record. That's an active thing that we're working with facilities to understand better. What we're going to be asking the board to consider, and it may change, but what we're asking the board to consider in a follow-up meeting is to change the relocation from January 2020 to summer 2020. I don't know if there's questions. The other informational item is about the surplusing of the St. Helena building. It's a building that has not been a school for many years, but it's part of our portfolio. We no longer need it for educational use, so we want to be able to surplus it back to the city. So again, this will come back.
Just a question on this one. We haven't used this building since 1987. Is there any particular reason why it took us this long to say we were going to lose it?
So I'm going to defer to Dr. Washington to talk about it.
So it's more so of a formal process. And so when we went through the process of surplusing all of our buildings, there were some formal processes that we hadn't checked the box on everything. And this is for the same thing for St. Helena.
So it kind of, this was kind of an outlier and, okay.
We've been trying to go back to make sure that the process has not always been consistent. So
Fair
we're trying to
enough.
go back and make sure that we're consistent on all the buildings. So there were some steps taken in this process, but not all the steps that we now would take. We have been much more thorough, I would say, for the last, Dr. Washington, maybe 5-6 years, we've been pretty consistent in how we do this.
Well, that's why it stands out, because we got all the moving and shaking around,
That's right.
swing
But we
space
have
and this and that, and this is
realized
like,
that prior to that, it was not always as consistent. So we're trying to go back to make sure that we're now consistently addressing all the prior surpluses.
okay, good, thanks.
And the last informational item, sorry.
One more question, Commissioner McFadden?
I know I saw it somewhere today, but can you reiterate, how many buildings do we have to surplus back to the city total?
So per the 21st century MOU, we have to
Yes.
surplus 26 buildings back to the city. That does not limit our capacity to surplus additional ones if we decide, or if you decide.
Can we ask, finish your thought. I don't know if you have something behind that. Would it be too much to ask if on the 22nd, when since this is like the biggest no-brainer that we've seen tonight, a building that's not been used since 1987, you're going to bring back for a vote, like bring more of those on. Can that brief presentation include a slide like, where are we in the count? I've really lost track. Since I've been on the board, since 2013, that was the very beginning of this process, and it's been difficult to keep up with what we have to do, where we are. Would that be okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. I think that's it for
No,
this.
there's one more. Sorry, there's one more.
There's one more. Sorry.
We, on November 13th.
Right. There's my Lake
There's your
Clifton.
Lake
See,
Clifton.
I knew I wasn't crazy.
So we are delaying this one. We're working with the city to work out a land agreement because we want to make sure that students have access to athletic fields for sports like football, lacrosse, and track. And so we need more time. So before we surplus it, we want to be clear about what we're surplusing.
So I wasn't crazy. Christian didn't make a mistake. We were all looking at the right thing. It was just in a weird order.
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden has a question?
In it deals with 21st century, and it may be something outside of our control, but with the Lake Clifton building, there is a concern at that school to use spaces that are benefiting their school program, like their gymnasium, like certain large spaces in the school. Once we surplus it, we don't have that type of say, but I'm wondering if we can be in conversations about perhaps the use of that space, since they do have an athletic program there that a lot of students are participating in. So I know it may not be a part of the Hartford building? Hartford, that building, it may not be included in that, but if there is a way for, I don't know if we speak to whichever city agency or department that I don't know will be handling it. I just would hate for them to potentially lose students in their athletic program because of their current facility. Just want to make mention of that.
So agreed. So that's what we're trying to prevent. So we've been talking to Rec and Parks, and we're trying to schedule a meeting hopefully soon to talk to them about potentially swapping out some land. So initially, there is a field that's on the Lake Clifton site that the school currently uses for football. Initially, we had planned to surplus the facility of Lake Clifton, but keep that part of the land. I think the city has concerns about that. They would like to keep that parcel together. And so now we've had at least initial conversations about another piece of land that's actually closer to Fairmont and Hartford, swapping that out to make a football field there. So we're going to, and track there. So we're going to we hope to have a meeting with Rec and Park soon to try to figure that out. But that's why we're postponing the vote, is to make sure that we have time to work out an arrangement to ensure that there's continuity of programming. We probably will have to have an interim plan, Commissioner McFadden, for next year to allow, to make sure that the school can continue to utilize the field that they've been utilizing and have access to the Lake Clifton building in the fall for their football program to change and have access to bathrooms or so on for that 1 year. But our hope is that then after that, we would have some type of agreement for a different field that's closer to the school that they would have access to.
So that will come back to us for a vote? We will vote on that?
Yes, so we absolutely have to surplus that facility this year, and so we need to come back to you with that. We just want a little bit more time to try to work out this arrangement on land for the field before we vote on the surplus, so we are clear what it is that you're going to be voting on exactly.
Thank you. So there's one final item, and am I right now, we're done with this? So the final item is item 18.01. There's a number of enrollment increase requests from charter schools.
Yeah, so tonight we're going to be presenting for information enrollment increase requests that we've received from charter schools. So just in general, when we receive a waiver request, there's some key considerations that we take into account when evaluating those and formulating a recommendation. Those considerations are the evidence of the school's demand or capacity to implement the change, the school's rationale about how the change meets a school need, evidence of how stakeholders were involved in vetting and approving the request, the quality of programming offered by the school, and building capacity. And when we receive a request, we get that in the Office of New Initiatives. If the request meets these guidelines, then we take those to key departments to vet those requests. Requests are also shared with the Charter and Operator-Led Schools Advisory Board to get their input on the requests. And tonight we're presenting for information, and the board will be voting on January 22nd. All of our requests tonight are for enrollment change requests. So contractual enrollment caps for charter schools are used to develop budget projections and to help schools manage their budget development and allocation of resources. And they are also used to assess space available in various schools and grades as part of our portfolio management strategy. The first request is from Baltimore Montessori Public Charter School. Their current cap is 388 students. They're requesting to increase that by 20 students over the next 5 years, eventually ending up at a total of 408 students. The school has strong demand for their program, with over 1,000 students on their wait list for the current year. The increase would allow the school to offer additional seats to incoming students at kindergarten and sixth grades, which are popular entry points for the school. And the school currently has a mixed grade model where they have several grade levels in each classroom. If this request is approved, they'll convert one of those early learning grades to a single kindergarten class. The school believes that this will not only allow them to take in more kindergarten students, but also to focus on kindergarten students to acclimate them to the Montessori program. The school has held a series of stakeholder meetings and information sessions with parents and caregivers, faculty, staff, neighborhood partners, and the school's board of directors. And just as a reminder, the school received a 5-year renewal in 2016.
Ask a question about that one?
Sure.
No, is it Bernard Harris? No, what's the school that, it's really, right close to Baltimore? Dallas Nicholas. When we improved the allowing Montessori to have expand their zone, there was a lot of concern. So I'm trying to add all these factors together, so when I have to vote, I have a full picture. There was a lot of concern about what would happen with Dallas Nicholas enrollment. What do we know about how that's played out?
So we would have to get more data. Remember, this is an informational item, so it still has to go back to the advisory board. We don't have their recommendation here, so we'll pull that in concert. Just to be clear, they have a for wholly new created charter schools. Just so we're just on the record,
Right.
I know there's fewer members of the public present. They have what's called a geographic attendance area that
Right.
allows them to give preference to 10% of the seats.
Right.
But there's still this lottery process.
Yeah,
And so
no,
there's controls on it.
I remember. So for follow-up information, can that be logged as like an official question? I'd really like to know, because
Yes.
there was an interplay there, and it matters to me how that's played out.
Absolutely.
The final request tonight is from Connections, a community-based art school. Their current cap is at 500 students, and they're requesting to increase that to 575 over the next 5 years. So the school sees strong demand for its arts-focused programming, though over 300 students on the wait list for the current year. And as part of the enrollment increase, they will be adding additional teachers in core content areas. Just to refresh your memory, the school was up for renewal this year, and the board granted it a 3-year renewal earlier tonight. As part of the renewal application, they submitted an updated staffing list for how they would staff at this new level. And the school believes that with this additional enrollment, they will be able to increase access to their programming without significantly increasing class sizes. The school has held events at which the proposed changes were discussed, and they are in the Lamell Building currently, which has capacity for additional students.
Questions, comments? First, Commissioner McFadden, and then Commissioner Chinia.
How will the potential increase impact this co-location of the schools?
So the school co-locates with Bard High School Early College, as you're noting. The SRC for the building is over 1,600 students. If the board approves the increase, the total for those two schools will be 10,075 students. Excuse me.
Not 10,000, 1,000.
Sorry. 1,075
Like,
students.
yeesh.
So the school, or the building has the capacity for those additional students.
Commissioner Chinia?
Question I have and a concern is, okay, we just approved a 3-year renewal. And the key area, at least when I looked at it, was in the academic performance. And having read all of this volume of information that we've been reading over the renewals, one of the issues that came up in one of our other renewals that we did not renew had to do with this, growth happening and not really being able to keep up with the growth of students in terms of the program. So when do we take a look at that as maybe a factor as to whether or not we need to approve someone growing if we're not giving them a full 5-year renewal? So
Yeah.
just a thought.
Yeah, it's absolutely something you should consider on this. That's why the renewal vote has to happen before these requests, even though many schools submitted as part of their renewal application. So it's definitely something that you should consider. Like I said, we're still in the vetting phase, so this is just informational purposes for the public, so
Okay.
people are aware of the request.
Okay, and I guess I'm going to also add that to some of the conversation that Commissioner Hassan mentioned about policy in terms of if we're going to take a look at what these different types of renewals might be, then what impact might that have also on some of these other kinds of requests?
Commissioner Richardson?
I just wanted to piggyback, because that's exactly where I was going, Commissioner Chinya. Also, they're on the CSI list, so I think that's another consideration for us, like before we send more kids there. we need to shore that up.
Yep, absolutely.
Other questions, comments? So we look, Commissioner McFadden?
I just want to thank the Office of New Initiatives for the work that they are doing now. It's tiresome, it's heavy, and it helps to support the work that we do. So I just want to say thank you. I'm sure that many other commissioners share that same sentiment. So your work is certainly appreciated, and we value you for doing the work that you do for our young people and communities here in Baltimore.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge, like, this is a lot of teamwork. So, like, my staff works really hard, but as does staff in the facilities department, as the staff in the academic office, in 21st Century, and engagement. So there's a lot of people we all can't fit at this table that do a lot of work. There's a lot of back and forth. So everything you see is coming from multiple departments. And so I just want to acknowledge it's a heavy lift. And it couldn't be done without the hard work of all the other offices that are involved in this process.
Mission accomplished. Okay, with that, I want to just provide notice of upcoming meetings. Operations Committee, Tuesday, January 15th, 10 a.m. in this room. Policy Committee, 3:30, January 15th in this room. There's a board forum on sex-based discrimination policy immediately following the Policy Committee at 5:30. Thanks for making that work. Appreciate that. PCAB will meet in this room at 6:30 on January 17th. The next time we'll all be together for executive session upstairs at 3 o'clock. Actually, a notice will be posted. It'll be at 2:30 instead of 3 o'clock. On January 22nd, we'll be down here at 5 for the next public board meeting on January 22nd. And the Teaching and Learning Committee will meet next on Tuesday, February 5th at 3:30. Anything else for the good of the whole? You sure can. Commissioner Chinia.
We've been talking a lot tonight about, schools named after important people, and before we come back again to meet, there is going to be a federal holiday honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It is a day of service. So I'm just encouraging anyone who's still left in the room or anyone who's watching to consider there are lots of things you can do around Baltimore. You can contact the city to actually see what's available, but it may be good for us, given the concerns we've had tonight, to consider something that we can do in service of the young people of our city. So, thank you.
Thank you. With that, the meeting is officially adjourned. Boy, I get this wrong every single time. Can I have a motion? Just 1 second, Dr. Gray, one quick second. Motion to adjourn? Is there a second? Second. Motion made by Commissioner Hassan is really my bad. Second by Commissioner Berkeley. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously 10-0. This meeting is officially adjourned.